Greetings, viewers. Welcome to Verelia's Cauldron, our D&D 5e homebrew first outing, I guess. This has kind of been something we've been working on for quite a while. And finally getting the opportunity to put this out there and try this out with people. So basically how this is going to work is we're going to go over a couple things that some of the members of our group have been toying around with, ideas on expanding some of the offerings, and specifically tonight with subclasses and magic items or equipment for expanding on 5e, specifically for the Tales of Witternacht channel and the stuff that we do. But obviously with any homebrew stuff that's out there, if you can make it fit in your game, go for it, have some fun with it. Throughout this, if you're out there in chat and want to contribute and get involved, feel free to post in chat. This is kind of going to be a collaborative effort. We're happy to get feedback from people on thoughts, ideas. If you got things that you think would be cool to work on in a future session, we'll be doing this again, most likely. So feel free to throw those things out in chat too. I want to have a lively chat. That'll make things a lot more fun and gives you guys all an opportunity to be involved. So for those that are new to checking out the channel, we are Tales of Witternacht. We have been together for pretty darn close to 3 years now. Playing D&D together in a long-form 1-20 campaign that we started back in April of 2021. And we've been streaming that campaign since August of 2022. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's correct. And so you can catch those episodes out there in YouTube land, and also catch us live here Saturdays at 6:30 Central is our regular time. This week we had some scheduling issues. What D&D group doesn't have scheduling issues? So we're doing getting the opportunity to do Verelia's Cauldron tonight as our alternate stream for this week. But we will be back next week with Sybil's Spear, our main long-form campaign that will be starting off book 3 of that. So big premiere. If you're tuning in, come check us out next week. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll look forward to seeing you in the audience. With that, yeah, I guess we don't have to do recap type stuff. There's really not a whole lot out there to throw out as to some thanks to Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition that we're going to play around with and change your rules tonight. And Discord for our voice and video. We do typically use Fantasy Grounds for our virtual tabletop, but you won't be seeing any of that tonight. And Sirenscape is typically our sound effects, music, and ambiance, but we won't be using that tonight. The music you do have tonight is from Andy Ray, and I believe the song is Dream On. Not the Aerosmith title, but just some nice background music for tonight to kind of fill some spaces. But without further ado, I guess the last thing I will point out as I am shifting gears here is down at the bottom, right below my fingers here. You can see our upcoming stream schedule. As noted, Book 3 of Sybil Spears starts next week. In 2 weeks, we will have a kind of a lore session where we're going to talk about some of the stuff that's not on the stream. Obviously, there was a gap in there between the start of the campaign and the start of the stream. So we're going to do some deep dive, have some fun with going over the history of Chuck. If you don't know what that is, tune in to find out. And then we'll be continuing with Sybil Spear Book 3 later in the month of April. And look forward to seeing any of you that can make it in. Also point out to my whatever direction I'm pointing to, because fun with cameras. Anyway, over there in the chat box is mention of our Discord server. I'd like to welcome you to come join our Discord server. There should be some of that stuff going into chat if I did everything right tonight. If not, you can find that in the About section. Same thing with the YouTube. All right. Now, without further ado, we will move on to what we're here for tonight. So, moving over to Verelia's Cauldron and our home brewing, and we have 2 topics tonight, as previously noted. First topic is going to be doing an expansion of the Warlock patron, the Celestial Soul Warlock. We currently have Conrad here, up here. Boy, I'm going to do a really good job pointing at people here tonight. He is currently playing a Celestial Soul Warlock for the campaign and playing with the goddess Aurora out of our Pantheon of Gods here at Witternacht. And we do have 5 other primary gods, members of the Pantheon, that we have never really delved into and expanded on. And so that is going to be kind of our focus with the first topic tonight. So moving over to that, I'm going to be good old secretary here tonight and be typing up things on the screen as we come up with things. But for those that don't know, I suppose, if you don't know what Celestial Soul Warlock is, you can find that in Xanathar's Guide to Everything as one of the expansions on the Warlock class. So, need a refresher? Send you that direction. That's the best place to go get that information. You may be able to find that out on the internet somewhere, but we don't. We're not going to necessarily point towards that, but
well,
there we go. Awesome.
Link to it in the chat.
There we go. Good deal. But with that, I'll kick it over to Conrad.
So I'm gonna be kicking it back to you a little bit, because sure. I think the best way to start off is that establishing that Witternacht has 6 gods, and that seems like a reasonable number for us to come up with variations of the Celestial Pact Warlock, so that there's unique versions for each one. So if Silver, if you maybe want to start off by getting a brief overview of what are the 6 gods of Witternacht.
Ooh, I get to do Lore Dump. That's always fun. Alright, so, as previously mentioned, the one that we have worked quite a bit in with is Aurora, who is the goddess of light, also the primary god of strength, secondary god of charisma, and most of her other things that fit into her realm kind of fit into that range. She is the goddess of love, more the familial, romantic love, I guess might be the way to put it. Goddess performances, justice, law enforcement, order, I guess would be a good place to put that. And we'll just kind of move around the cycle here. So sticking with the god of love, you go to the god of lust, which would be Datus. And AJ, you want to handle that one? So we got Datus, the god of lust. He is the primary god of charisma, secondary of constitution, god of deception, animal handling, nature in general, the earth, fertility, everything in that department. And then we get around to Briora, the goddess of water, who is the primary god of constitution, secondary god of wisdom, goddess of sailors, medicine, insight, survival, anything water-based, purity, and peace. She is also somewhat a goddess of love, but more so in the friendship department of familiar friendship bonds with other individuals. Then we get to Noctalis, the god of shadow and stealth. He is the primary god of wisdom, secondary of dexterity. The perception when it comes to sight and sound is within his realm. God of history and the past, vengeance, reason. most criminal endeavors, as he is the opposite side of the spectrum from Aurora. Then we get to Zephora, who is the goddess of the air, thunder, the storm, and the primary god of dexterity, secondary of intelligence, acrobatics, sleight of hand, and arcana all fit into her realm, as she is the goddess of magic. She's also the goddess of chaos and is the opposite end of the spectrum from the order end of Aurora's as well. Then lastly, but definitely not least, for our little Fireheart friends in our campaign, Infernus, the god of fire, who is the primary god of intelligence, secondary of strength, and god of investigation, most tools and trades, god of speed, fire, heat, the forge, the future, artificers specifically, as well as war and knowledge. So yeah, we'll be kind of trending back towards that a little bit, I'm sure, once we start getting into spell selection and things like that. So
Absolutely.
who do you want to start with, Conrad?
Well, I figured Infernus would probably be the easiest one to start with, because there are so many fire spells.
Fair.
Well, actually, I think the first one we should start with is Aurora, actually, because the very base, like the base Celestial Pact Warlock is what we've been using for Aurora, but there are a couple tweaks that should probably be made as we are expanding things.
Sure.
Yeah, specifically because just in the general, right, Celestial Pact, it mentions fire and radiant damage is kind of where this is centered. And so most of that's just going to be removing the and fire damage and just leaving it just being radiant damage. So that's going to be for the level 6 ability, Radiant Soul, which says when you cast a spell that deals fire or radiant damage, you add your charisma modifier to the damage roll. And so that would just be removing the fire damage, and it would just be radiant. So whenever you cast a spell that deals radiant damage, you would add your charisma modifier to the damage. So that there's going to be that tweak, and then the tweak of, which is what we're going to be dealing with a lot of with these, is changing the spell lists. And so that's going to be probably, we want to pick a new 2nd level spell for Flaming Sphere and a new 4th level spell for Wall of Fire, and switch those out.
Yeah, I'd say first is probably good.
Yeah, I say the rest of them are probably fine, because Flame Strike does do radiant damage. It does radiant and fire, so I think that's probably still fine to leave.
Second, I'd have to think on, but for 4th, there's that Sickening Radiance spell that might function pretty well.
I think in general, we could probably leave Cure Wounds at first for all 6. Lesser Restoration at second,
and the less restoration,
and probably
and greater restoration at 5th.
Yep. Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull up the cleric spell list here and look at 2nd level. So might I propose blindness, deafness? It would be like maybe like blinding or like blinding a foe with bright light.
Let's see.
Or could be looking at perhaps doing an additional healing spell, perhaps a prayer of healing. I'd say spiritual weapon, but that spell is so busted.
It is so good though.
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking at second.
I was looking at the cleric second level, yeah.
Which are you thinking about to remove Flaming Sphere?
Flaming Sphere, yeah.
I think
Do that, I
for
think might be
Aurora,
good
Flaming
for-
Sphere, we've always just kind of used it as being it's a little mini sun instead of a little fireball that moves around.
That's
I
fair.
think that one could probably
And we've been just
stay
using
for her. Might be something we want to
Okay.
change with everybody else because obviously it's not going to fit for 4.
Yeah.
And that might be good
Well,
if we can
I mean,
kind of
that-
try
that's
and
fair.
keep one that stays with each one. I mean, like Guardian of Faith pretty easily could stay, maybe with some tweaks on the 4th level. I guess I have to go and refresh my memory on exactly what that does, but
It's the Sentinel guy.
Oh,
let me
okay.
Pull up the spell. Guardian of Faith.
So that one could probably.
He does do radiant damage, specifically radiant damage though.
Yeah, so we would just need to tweak the damage.
Now, you
Yeah.
could do something like Moonbeam as well. Because there are some cleric spell lists that already have Moonbeam in them.
Ooh, Moonbeam's a thought. Yeah, I was gonna look, Druid was the next spell list I was gonna look at for second level.
That one's, I think,
So
it's Twilight clerics have access to
Twilight clerics, yeah.
Moonbeam.
Okay, so I have a question for Silver. Would Moonbeam work? Would Moonlight fall more under the domain of Aurora or Noctalis?
I would say it's probably still going to be Aurora because we're still talking light.
Okay.
But it is definitely can see we kind of get into a gray area there a little bit. But
Yeah.
I mean, the spell
I think
itself, I
Moonbeam-
think, could make a lot of sense, which would then
I think
allow us to keep Flaming Sphere in the Infernus camp.
yes. I think, and because Moonbeam functions in very much the same way that Flaming Sphere does, which is the concentration spell that you move around the battlefield and does damage over time. Okay, I think
Okay.
I like that. I like replacing Flaming Sphere with Moonbeam.
What do you got for ideas on 4th level?
4th level. I really wish Wall of Light was also a 4th level spell and not a 5th level spell, because that would be such an easy switch
Yeah.
out.
Would be very easy.
But maybe that's find something that's more akin to Flame Strike for 4th level and put Wall of Light in for Flame Strike on 5th level.
That's fair. There's not really. Find a good burst damage at 4th level.
Hey, I'm still of the
Word
mind.
Word.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
Nothing. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
I still think the Sickening Radiance is really good, only because it inherently has radiant damage, and I know that's something that we're tending towards with a lot of the flavoring for Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
And what other spell gives you a level of exhaustion on your targets?
Ooh, I may have to veto the Wall of Light going to 5th level too, so.
Wall of Light's
Oh.
good.
Why is that?
Because Dawn is 5th level too on the cleric list from Xanathar's.
Oh.
I mean, that's kind of spot on.
I have to remind myself what Dawn does.
Light of Dawn shines down on a location you specify within range. 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder of bright light, bright sunlight. Each creature must make a con save or take 4d10 radiant on a failed save, or half as much on a successful, and must make the saving throw whenever it ends its turn in the cylinder. And you can move it around the battlefield if you're within 60 feet of it.
And it's really nice because that doesn't overlap with anything else. I think Twilight would probably be the biggest worry for an overlap in spell list, but they seem to tend towards the aura spells, so you're in the clear there.
Yeah, I do like that. Oh, that takes off Flame Strike for Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
For 4th level.
What, AJ, you were talking about something
Sickening...
on 4th level. What were you talking about?
Sickening Radiance.
What's that one out of?
That one is out of... Let me check. Sickening Radiance. Xanathars.
Okay, it is Xanathars.
Do you know... It's a wizard spell.
It is, yeah.
It's on the warlock. It's just already on the warlock spell.
Oh, okay. Well, that takes care of that. Not gaining anything then, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't a whole lot to work with on 4th level cleric. There is no 4th level cleric spells in that book. In Xanathars.
Yeah, there's a weirdly small amount of 4th level cleric spells. I'm looking at 4th level druid spells now. And then the last one I pulled up was the 3 that I pulled up just generally is wizard, cleric, and druid, because I figured those would be the best ones have on hand.
I mean, if there's anything that's in the Pally list could fit too. There ain't much.
That's a...
You could do Resilient Sphere, although it isn't necessarily light-leaning.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Aura of Life.
Any of the Aura spells are nice.
Interruption from my son telling me he's going to the movie.
We could give them a smite.
Oh, yeah, that's the Psychic Smite, right? 4th level?
Yeah. The Staggering Smite, yeah.
You say that...
Because otherwise the 4th level Paladin spells are just also on the Cleric spell list.
Is it worth it to give Aurora a charm spell if one of her domains is performance? Something like Compulsion?
The charm is more... That'd be more Datus.
Datus, okay.
Yeah. What about Banishment? Does that fit with her?
That one's already on the Warlock spell list, though.
It is? Okay. Divination, perhaps?
I do like the idea of kind of that, intervention aspect of divination.
Yeah.
Because Silliness has definitely done that. Hey!
I mean, because otherwise, I feel like Sickening Radiance isn't that big of a deal to put on there, because there are extended spell lists who just put it on there who say, "Oh no," because this is not always prepared. This is just.
What about Death Ward?
You add these to the Warlock spell list.
Death Ward?
Is that 4th level?
Yeah. It's on the Pally list.
Death Ward.
That would seem to fit
Could be good, and that could be one that
spirit-wise
could...
with Aurora, the motherly figure.
Sure. That's also one that potentially we could just keep for all of them. Right?
Potentially. That's one that might fit into, we had briefly talked beforehand as to, do you do something that maybe not, it's an all or nothing. Maybe it's, we do some that are on all, but then is there some that maybe half of them take this and the other half take something else? It's kind of in the same camp.
Maybe.
And we could do that with a lot of these, technically, but I think
Yeah.
most, like Cure Wounds, Lesser Restoration, Greater Restoration, those are just pretty much just givens. I think those just make sense. And Revivify kind of fits into the same camp, so.
But if we put in Death Ward for all of our 4th levels, then we have one spell from each level that's just consistent. We have Cure Wounds from level 1, we have Lesser Restoration from level 2, we have Revivify from level 3, we have Death Ward from level 4, and we have Greater Restoration from level 5.
So then just do Guardian of Faith as being that's the Aurora 4th, and find something different on everybody else. Yeah, we can start with that.
Yes. So then we have one spell that's consistent between all of them, and then one that's like a damage spell or something that's themed more towards that that deity.
Yeah, and as we go through this, we may end up with hitting ones that, we don't have anything to fill in here, and so whether we adjust something or there's too many good options, and how the heck do we narrow it down? All right, so do we maybe want to? Do you want to stick with expanded spell lists and just go through each one, and then move on to other parts of each one, or do you want to go one by one?
I think that's fair. I think just overall, once again, I think the things that are going to change are our expanded spell lists and our bonus cantrips are going to be the main things that change. Because the Aurora Celestials get Light and Sacred Flame as bonus cantrips, and I think those still fit. We can just leave those. But we should probably come up with new ones for the other 5. As well, I think the main things that are going to change is the Radiant Soul at 6th level is just going to change to whatever the elemental type is for that god. So I think the only thing we talked about maybe changing was level 14 ability. So if you want to go through and just do all the spell lists and bonus cantrips to start, and to get those set for all 6, and then we could come back and discuss if we want to change the 14th level, I think that'd be totally reasonable.
Well, that way we can just stick with the spell portions of going through spell lists and stuff like that rather than bouncing back and forth. That might not be a bad idea. So,
okay.
All right.
So
let's just roll the data
spell list do we have the spell lists for Aurora written down?
Yeah.
We put 2nd level Moonbeam. We have 5th level Dawn.
They're up on screen
and then...
now.
Cool. Nice.
Tab back over.
And then 4th was Death Ward.
Nice. Okay. So let's go to Datus. So 1st level. I'm going to start on the Druid to start. This is spell list to start this time.
That's probably not a bad idea.
So, how about Earth Tremor?
Yeah.
For level 1.
I think that's a pretty safe
Earth
bet.
Tremor says you cause a tremor in the ground in a 10-foot radius. Each creature other than you must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 1d6 bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone. And then that area becomes difficult terrain.
So my counter to that would be, this is also the god of animals.
Okay.
And so does like an animal friendship or speak with animals, more so leaning towards the animal friendship than I would over speak with animals, but either one would seem to be, rather than disturbing the earth, whether that fits a little bit more with communing. The only thing with that is, you know, we're adding, let's see, what did we have? First level with Aurora was Guiding Bolt, which was an offensive spell.
Yeah.
So whether we'd want to go more that direction, but it's also an argument for like Entangle could fit into there too.
That's true.
It's another good druid one that. Those are about the only ones I'm seeing off the druid first level list that jump out to me in the PHP.
Sure.
Now
I'm going old school.
I'm
busting out books. So.
Hey.
Beast Bond. Like if you want to do more animals, there's also Beast Bond, which is, you know, like animal friendship. Right, Earth Tremor. Seeing. Yeah, the Entangle would be quite good.
Now, what did you say? What did you say? Datus's like guiding like ability is?
It's basically he's your nature god.
Okay.
No, so
Oh, you mean like stat?
Yes, stat. Wow.
Charisma.
It's charisma, right?
Yeah, he's the charisma.
Okay.
Yeah. Cleric. Yeah, there's not something great on the cleric spell list that I like for Datus. I don't know. So what do we think? Do we think we want to do a Earth Tremor, a Animal Friendship, or Entangle? Because I think those were the three big ones that we had brought up.
I like Animal Friendship because I think that sets up. I mean, second level's Bark Skin, fourth level is Stone Skin, but that's one very specific angle to lean into. Whereas if you open it up with Animal Friendship in first level, then you could maybe involve a bit more of the charismatic leaning spells. And that's why I was asking for the leaning kind of ability.
Let me just look at that wizard real quick. Okay, so the next part is what elemental, like what element is Datus? Elemental damage is Datus.
Typically, I've leaned towards it being poison, but poison is so weak in the grand balancing of things, just because you have an entire race that has resistance to it straight out of the gate. That being said, I think acid would be the alternative.
I was gonna say, could I make an argument for acid and maybe we choose acid stream?
They're both green. It both seems to fit.
Spell.
Now, the nice thing about that is that would very well set up for most of the fourth level spells to be swapped to be the sphere spells. Because they're Vitrolic Sphere, which is acid. There's Storm Sphere, which is for Zephora. And then there's Watery Sphere as well for Briora.
That's true.
I do kind of like Beast Bond, by the way.
Yeah, Beast
Bond
to
cool. Further complicate things, you know.
Yeah.
Let's do Beast Bond then.
Okay. Then I think second level I have to insist that we do is third level? The acid the acid arrow. Is that third level?
Oh,
Melf's acid arrow? I don't know. What about
arrow,
Wither in Bloom though?
Ooh.
Oh, that's my boy Zedry's fave.
There's something to be said for that. I mean, the bloom is
Okay.
definitely in his camp.
So, okay, let me pull up the Warlock spell list, because I do want to make a point that the 6th level, the 6th level ability that we're planning on giving them is saying you get bonus damage to damage rolls where you do acid damage. So if the Warlock spell list doesn't have any spells that have acid damage, this expanded spell list is where we need to put those in.
Good point. Good point.
That is a good point. So then obviously we have to give it to Noctalis then. But that's getting ahead of ourselves.
I think that might be...
We just make a new spell. It's Melt and Bloom.
Do Melfs in Bloom? I don't know.
Melfs in Bloom. Okay. Let me just... Okay, spells that deal acid damage are Acid Splash, Tosh's Caustic Brew, Acid Arrow, Dragon Breath, Elemental Weapon, Hunger of Hadar, a Vitriolic Sphere, Prismatic Spray, and then Prismatic Walls. There aren't that many acid damage.
There is
spells.
another one that's 4th level, but that's already in the Warlock spell list.
Yeah.
An Acid Splash,
and then there's some...
we can throw as the cantrip pretty easily.
Yes, obviously. Yes.
Which,
and then there's ones
to
that
be
just do
fair,
multiple...
when we're talking Warlocks, the cantrips are going to matter a hell of a lot more than the couple spell slots that they got for that damage boost. We definitely need to make sure that that's one that needs to be there, because it gives the incentive to not Eldritch Blast as the default.
Ooh.
Because you're getting that
all
boost.
About options.
Yeah. Acid Splash is, like, weirdly not on a lot of lists.
Yeah.
Which is really weird that Acid Splash is not a druid spell.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. Okay, what is Tosh's Caustic Brew? I want to look at that. Because the first level.
That's the one that's like the line that needs to be like cleaned up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, stream of acid emanates you from a line and need to dexterity saving throw. Or be covered in acid for the spell's duration, or until a creature uses action to scrape up or wash the acid off. So they take 2d4 damage at the start of each of their turns. So that's cool.
Yeah, I don't think it's an awful thing to lean more into utility on the leveled spells.
Sure.
And then the cantrips obviously lean a little bit more damage because they're the more likely to be repeatedly used. I don't think it's bad to have some.
Yeah. I think we should follow the kind of what they have for this is 1 damage and 1 utility. Like there's light, which is utility, and then Sacred Flame, which is the damage. Because like for Datus, I would probably pick like Mold Earth for like a utility one, and then Acid flesh for the damage.
Well, the only thing is that if we're going to keep this one that's carrying through, that's 5 of... Unless you're talking about level by level rotating.
What
Because
do you
we're
mean?
keeping ones
Oh,
that
which
are
one we keep?
non-combat. Half the spells at each level are non-combat because those are the ones that we're keeping.
So
Carrying
we
over.
have to find. I mean, yeah, there's some that cause damage, but I like what you had mentioned before, Conrad, about they have to be comparable in like the damage that's aligned to the deity. But I wonder, is Zephora going to count as both lightning and thunder?
Typically, I lean thunder because that is far more the air element.
Mhm.
But
Mm-hmm. I think having one that might also do thunder, because there's a number of spells that do thunder and lightning damage,
Yeah.
and they're just kind of paired together already.
Well, I was wondering if
That's why I wasn't.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
Sorry, go. No, go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say that's what I'm thinking. Like lightning and thunder. I wonder if maybe there's a secondary typing that we could give everybody, and I don't know if this would work. If that secondary typing could be non-elemental, because I know there's the second level spell Dust Devil, which that one like pushes up like the winds and everything, and that causes bludgeoning. So I wonder if
I mean, the other damage type that is often associated with earth is bludgeoning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we probably, if we're
people...
talking datas, it's poison and acid would be our 2 if we're going to do 2.
Yeah.
And Zephora probably would end up with bludgeoning there, just from the battering of wind, as her secondary to thunder, with lightning being moved over to probably Aurora.
Okay. Because there is the, I'm thinking of the Genie Warlock. There's the little extra damage that it does as part of like the, like Patron. I wonder if something like that could work.
Also, yes, I am also hesitant to make it too complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the idea of the secondary if we need to go to the secondary, but we start running out pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Psychic Force, and is that it at that point, after we've listed off the ones we've done? Because obviously we have Fire, Necrotic, and Cold that are going into the other 3, but...
Yeah.
I mean, if you, I'm not sure who you give Psychic in there. Force, I would probably lean towards that would probably be Briora. And so then it's...
I would say
Psychic's probably Noctalis.
Noctalis, yeah, I would say.
And then what's Infernus got, because his default, like what you would think for a secondary, probably go back to Radiant. But
yeah,
there really isn't another one there. And so then it's... Yeah, I think we just end up muddying the waters.
That's fair.
Plus, you guys have your whole theory that there's a 7th god out there that's got the psychic damage already on lockdown. So
that's fair.
Oh, you mean the dragon?
Spoilers.
That's true.
Yeah, and
go
if we
watch
did that,
the
we
end
would
of
have to go
book
back and rework Aurora, because then we would need to start including some lightning spells in there.
Yeah, I think you only get 2 spells. I mean, if we're only got 2 to pick from, that's not a whole lot to fill, especially if we're doing half of them carrying over from one to the next. So let's probably stay in a lane and go there. I'm fine with going the acid angle, just figuring out. I think if we had 1, maybe 2 of the leveled spells be in the acid department, I think that would be okay.
Yes.
I mean,
I think if we pick up a level 2 Melf's Acid Arrow and level 4 Vitriolic Sphere,
good.
Yeah, I think those would be reasonable. And then if we could stick with level 1 for Beast Bond, and then pick something else for level 3 and level 5.
Okay, what Melf's Acid Arrow at 2nd, and what was the other one you listed?
Vitriolic Sphere.
Vitriolic Sphere at 4th. Yeah.
help if I can type today. Oh my gosh. I'll get there.
Hey.
Okay, so that puts us down to third and fifth.
Yeah.
Third and fifth. Yeah, let's look at third.
Conjure animals.
Okay, I mean, sure. Erupting Earth. I do like Erupting Earth is pretty cool.
I feel like Erupting Earth is a shoo-in for.
Conjure animal. I'm just listing ones off. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you.
Yes, no.
So, conjure animals.
Sure.
Meld into stone. Plant growth. Speak with plants. Would be the 4 off the druid list from PHB. Let's see. Probably stick with. What else we got sitting out here?
Nothing super
Earth's
jumping
not
out on
bad.
the cleric spell list. Yeah.
The only thing I would say to the Erupting Earth is that we're going back to damage type that we just threw 2 damage types in, so.
Sure.
Yeah, that's about the only thing out of Xanathar's that jumps out to me, and there's nothing out of Tasha's that really jumps out as Datas to me.
Sure.
Is there anything on the cleric list that...
No, I checked the cleric
really.
list. Not really.
Not that we haven't already listed from the druid list, so...
Yeah. Okay. Wall of Sand from the wizard spell list. Create a wall of swirling sand around the point you can see within range. It blocks line of sight, but not movement. The creature is blinded while in the wall space and must spend 3 feet of movement for every one it moves within there.
There's also an argument for fly off the 3rd level spell list too, if that's not, but that might be on, that's on Warlock, never mind.
Yeah. That's like a utility, not necessarily a damaging one.
What's Wall of Sand out of?
Xanathar's.
Elemental Evil.
Oh, okay.
It's also in Xanathar's.
Yeah, all the
That's
elemental
what
evil
the
got
source is
credit
saying
there.
for me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wizards, anybody from Hasbro is watching this, as you're making your lovely new books that you're going to send out this upcoming year, this current year, if you could make the spell list a lot more utilitous, it would be awesome.
I mean, it's just that we're limiting ourselves to elements. Because, I mean, Briora has them out the wazoo. Water walking, water breathing, like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So...
Catnap.
Let's... Because we have a lot of options for level 3. So let's look at... Perhaps level 5 will help us... If we decide on what that one is, might narrow us down more into what we want to do for level 3.
Okay.
We're looking for something damaging because it was originally Flame Strike.
No, we got rid of Flame Strike.
We replaced it with Dawn though, which is also damaging.
Yeah, so we're looking for a damaging 5th level spell.
Okay, could I propose Wrath of Nature? Because that's a very cool spell.
Wrath of Nature is cool. Commune with Nature is also really cool.
That's also one I was looking at. Or maybe Tree Stride?
Yeah. Oh, my heart. I love Tree Stride.
And I mean, there's also Wall of Stone. There's Insect Plague, if you want to go that way. I mean...
There's also Wall of Stone.
Commune with Nature, Awaken.
Pass Wall? Oh, Awaken's good.
Kind of like Tree Stride.
Such a good
Except
spell.
for I mean, that's your top level Warlock spell.
Yeah.
Is that underwhelming as a use of your spell
Yeah.
slot at that point? This is everything you've built up to, is getting that. But there ain't a whole lot
you look
for
at,
really good, like, damaging types either, so.
Oh, there is.
Did you look at Wrath of Nature?
Yeah, tell me where I'm looking, because...
Xanathar's.
Okay.
It's a wordy one. It causes trees,
I can be
rocks,
on board
and
with
grasses
that.
in a 60-foot cube to be centered, to be animated. The grasses and undergrowth make, all these different things.
Yeah.
The trees try to attack, and the rocks try to attack, and the roots try to attack, and the grass tries to attack.
What spells do you want to give Ivana?
Ooh.
No, Tree Stride, Tree Stride.
Yeah. Why didn't you?
I'd go
whip
either
this
way.
thing out?
Tree Stride or Wrath of Nature. I think either one of those would be good.
Wrath of Nature gives us a more utility use for a 3rd level spell. Or if we take Tree Stride, then we're going to want to go damage for the other.
And I prefer pushing the damage one at the top than in the middle.
Yeah, so let's do Wrath of Nature at 5th level then.
Okay.
And we can go back to the 3rd levels and look at and see if there's a more utility one.
Okay.
Like Wall of Sand was one of the utility ones we were looking at. What was the other ones? Plant Growth. Meld into Stone.
Kind of lean towards the Plant Growth or Speak with Plants. One or the other.
Speak with Plants. Ooh. Speak with Plants could be cool.
I mean, he's a communicator. Datus is a communicator, so I kind of like the Speak with Plants more than the Growth.
Yeah, me too.
Plus, it's just, those are always fun things to do, spell-wise.
Yeah. Thoughts?
AJ would never cast Speak with Plants.
It feels very druid right now. So I think maybe leaning towards the ones that are... I don't know, though, because it's kind of Datus.
Yeah. Okay,
It's kind of where I was leaning towards if you go the more communicative instead of just growing stuff, which is very, very... I mean, like, we didn't end up doing Entangle. We didn't do Plant Growth. Communicating with the plants and communicating with the animals through the beast bond.
And then doing the acid damage spells, and then the Wrath of Nature at the end.
I think that's pretty good.
Which involves both the earth and the... And then our cantrips are Acid Splash and Mold Earth.
I need to just put some sticky notes in here, so I quit looking for my pages every time. Save myself some hassle. All right. Okay, so Speak with Plants.
Sure.
And then
Despawned. Speak plants.
Yeah.
And then our expanded. Good on those being for our cantrips.
What was the second one we were looking at?
Mold Earth.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
That being our utility cantrip.
And what was it? Sacred Flame and daily or light?
Light and Sacred Flame were the cantrips for Aurora. Didn't need to change those. Those were already kind of spot on.
Not Scared Flame. I'm here for the entertainment, folks.
Frightened Flame. Okay, I think we just tackled one of the harder ones right off the bat.
It's definitely the one that we have the least
AJ.
familiarity with in game.
That's true. AJ, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Did you say anything really good?
No, I was just repeating back what you're typing because I'm putting it down too. So I was like acid splash and mold earth. It's nothing important.
Okay.
Hey, who's next on the...
Briora's the next one on the wheel, so...
Briora? Oh, Briora is going to be... We're going to be flush with options for Briora.
Exactly. I would say third level is probably going to present us with the biggest challenge because there's so many that just start with water.
Yeah, water breathing and water walk.
And she has one of the fourth level sphere spells because it's watery sphere. So.
First level ice knife? Question mark.
I love a good ice knife.
Because she's cold damage, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could also be making an argument for create or destroy water at first level.
We've been looking at first level. We kept guiding bolt for Aurora, so we need something damaging for first level.
We
to
didn't.
pick.
I mean,
we've kind of went with
utility
3
to
damaging spells is what we did on Datus.
Okay.
We did it at 2, 4, and 5. In Aurora,
Aurora
did...
got 4 damaging spells, but it's fine.
But Aurora is definitely the more violent of the 2.
Yeah.
I mean, she just is.
Yeah.
And that might be something to fit into there too. Like Infernus, I think going 4 damage, 1 utility would make sense too. Briora's got us a piece, so I would lean towards the more in the Datus realm of a little bit less on the damage spells.
Sure. Yeah, so Ice Knife I think is a good then Create Destroy Water are the 2 that immediately jump out to me. For the level 1. Let me look at wizards.
I'll throw one out there that's not element based, so it's kind of a more general, but Bless is kind of in her wheelhouse too. It's boosting the party.
I was thinking that Borrowed Knowledge would be good for her, though.
She's not really the intelligence
What's
end
that
of things, though.
That one gives you
She's
proficiency
seeing
in
one of the
skill.
intelligence ones, isn't it? Or is it any?
No, it's any skill that you lack proficiency with.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that could lean more towards someone like Infernus, since he's intelligence based.
and is also like the god of craftsmen.
Yeah.
I mean, like, spot on matching the best. I'd probably say the Creator Destroy Water is pretty much an obvious that would fit for first level. Purified Food Drink wouldn't be a bad one, being also the purity goddess. But I think probably if you were going for the easiest call, it's probably the Create Destroy Water.
Well, if we want to put a utility at level 1, probably do that. Unless we, well, let's look at level 2. Maybe we want to put the utility at level 2 and put a damaging 1 right off the bat. Because Borrowed Knowledge is level 2.
Mm-hmm.
AJ had already moved on to level 2. I'm done.
Well, I'm trying to think. Well, I'm noticing what we're getting into is we're looking at like one level, and then we end up always looking at the next one to decide which is going to be the utility or the damage. I mean, you could absolutely go Dragon's Breath, but
yeah, Dragon's Breath can be, there's a lot of different options.
Level 2 is not as much of a plethora, we'll put it that way.
Not very much yeah.
Here's, yeah. Protection from poison.
Rhymes Binding Ice, or Snillock Snowball Swarm.
Snowball Swarm, yeah, those would both be good.
Those are the main. Those are the only ones in like all 3 spell lists I found, other than maybe doing Borrowed Knowledge.
My pitch for Borrowed Knowledge would be so that Heat Metal can go to Infernus.
Oh, Heat.
What I don't get the connection.
Flaming Sphere was going to Infernus.
Heat Metal. I don't see that.
We're gonna do Heat Metal instead of Flaming Sphere.
I almost would, yeah, because that seems more forge oriented.
That's fair. What does Snowball Swarm do? Take cold damage. No, okay. No, it just does cold damage in a radius.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the Rhymes Binding Ice I remember being cooler. Because that's from that's from Fizzbands.
I do like Binding Ice because that one's damage, and then it also is like speed reduction.
It functionally grapples them. It has its speed reduced to 0.
So then in that case we do Creator Destroy Water and then Rhymes Binding Ice.
I do like Rhymes. Now that I'm looking at it, Rhymes Binding Ice is pretty cool. Takes cold damage and then is hindered by ice formations for 1 minute until it or another creature uses action to break away the ice.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Or we could flip it and we could take Ice Knife back down to level 1 and bring Borrow Knowledge to level 2. Although it does sound like level 3 is probably also going to be a utility spell of some kind.
I mean, yeah, third level, I feel like Beacon of Hope would be good.
Interesting.
That one's Wisdom saving throws, I think Death saves, if I'm not
max
mistaken.
healing.
And max healing, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hearing go with the Rhymes Binding Ice.
I think that's a good
Bet. Do you have thoughts on that one? On that spell? Silver?
I was really struggling to find a whole lot in second level that I liked as being on brand for Briora. It's not a good level for her. There's a couple that I like, but they're almost all healing protection stuff. That's the stuff that we're keeping standard across all 5 levels. So, like giving aid on top of lesser restoration, or the same different giving bless on top of cure wounds. It's like, well, you're super utility, and that's all you're doing back here.
That's kind of how I feel about the one that you had suggested, AJ. My brain is blanking on it now.
For Beacon of
Borrow
Hope?
Knowledge?
Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope.
See, third level's also Tidal Wave, so if we need something, because fourth level could be Watery Sphere, so then third level's Tidal Wave.
Tidal Wave, or water breathing, or
water walking, yeah. Or Wall of Water, I think is also.
Is that third level?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm telling you, there's so many water spells. They hated her on third, but they made it up for it in third, honestly.
Yeah, no second levels, but...
Well, we could cheat, because, we're making the rules, so we can cheat as much as we want to, but... Ditch Revivify.
We could, but would... Look me in the eye and tell me that Briora, of all people, would ditch Revivify.
She wants you to be at peace.
That's true. Ooh, well then wouldn't we give her a no? Gentle Repose. Respectfully, Gentle Repose is so weak. It's
so situational.
It would make sense. It would make sense
well,
for
and
her,
Gentle
but...
Repose in this world is kind of like, what are you doing? I'm going to do this so that I can betray the gods later.
Yeah, right.
Because we've ruled that Revivify is okay because it has to be within that 1 minute. But any other necromancy bringing somebody back is heresy.
Gentle Repose. Yeah.
Just prolongs them out and keeps them in this.
Yeah.
You're stuck here. We're not letting you go there, but you're going to be okay. We can bring you back.
But okay, maybe we can argument that Gentle Repose, the other effect that it does is it makes that the corpses can't be raised as undead. Like, there might be some people who are using it and just casting over places as just like a protection from that.
True. But it definitely would then still back end up in the super situational as to whether you would ever actually use it in the spirit of being a tool of Briora. Sorry, tool's probably not the bad way. Let's go champion. That seems to be the popular thing. We've been going champion here lately. Anyway, that's an idea on the do you ditch Revivify and go Tidal Wave and Wall of Water? Because they're pretty... How do you pick one? Wall of Water that attacks or Wall of Water that defends? You probably have to go Wall instead of Tidal in that. I mean, that's where I would vote if you're going to keep just one.
Yeah.
Because I think we definitely have to have a little bit more, as much as we can within these 5 spells, because the Warlock spell list ain't going to help, is getting water-based spells, this is the only way they're going to get in there is this list.
I mean, 5th level you have Cone of Colds, and then you also have Maelstrom. So those are pretty solid for like water-based spells. Although
Well, I
the
mean,
case can be
they're
made that
cold-based
Zephora could be
spells. I don't know if I
Maelstrom.
would say they're water-based spells. They're more cold-based.
Oh, Cone of Water? You just wanna you just
Cone of
a water gun?
Just super soaker.
A super soaker. 5th level super soaker.
No, I was just meaning for the spirit of it, trying to get. We have create or destroy. Create or destroy. Man, I am on a roll tonight.
I mean,
but like,
I think Wall of Water could be cool for 3rd level.
I think Wall of Water and Tidal Wave together seem really good. I kind of like both.
I just hesitate because I don't. Once we start being inconsistent with breaking those 5 that are consistent between all of them, it stops making. At that point, if we just have one that's off, it looks weird.
I would make the case that the other like some of the other folks we're looking at, as long as we have one of the opposed forces. So we'll give it to Datus, but we won't give it to Zephora. We'll give it to Infernus, but we won't give it to Briora. We'll give it to Aurora, but we won't give it to Noctalis.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's definitely an option. Also, just the fact that we have consistent spells for all 4 other levels. So, do we want to go back and maybe pull out some of those other spells at like 1st and 5th for some of the.
Maybe let's just do Wall of Water for the moment. We're only at God 3 at this point. Let's see where we get to with the other 3, and do we run into this problem again? And if we run into this problem again, or multiple times, then let's revisit the idea of maybe we do some deviations, because I like the idea of having the consistency, but I also like the idea of, since we are looking at these celestial sub-packs being basically the same on almost all levels, that you're getting the same thing, having a little bit more diversity in what you get for spell lists to really give a reason on why you would play this one versus that one. Other than, yes, we have a group that would play it for flavor before we would really worry so much about, well, I really want this spell versus that spell, so I'm going to pick this particular flavor. That being said, it's kind of fun to be able to have. I loved seeing Zedri start leaning Briora and throwing out tidal waves left and right, and be like, "Hey, yeah, I like the water goddess on top of the fire goddess." Not
my reasoning for tidal wave is because I feel that if we do Rhymes Binding Ice, that's 1 damage spell.
Mm-hmm.
If we do Tidal Wave, that's another damage spell. 4th level Watery Sphere is not damaging. Mm-hmm. And then 5th level could be a damaging spell. Yeah, no, it only restrains.
Okay. See, I was laboring under the idea that Watery Sphere was a damage spell.
I'll muddy the waters further and also throw out that water breathing would also seem to be a very on point level 3 spell.
Yes, but I'm going to counter with that merfolk get water breathing already.
Yeah.
So if you want to play a merfolk cleric of Briora, then you're doubling up on spells there.
The only thing I'll say on that is, are we going to advocate against haste being on the Infernus group then, as well as produce flame?
I wasn't.
But we haven't got to Infernus yet.
I wasn't. So. I mean, I wasn't thinking that putting haste on the Infernus spell list. That wasn't on my radar.
Yeah, I get the point on that one. But it's also kind of a point of, if you're going to give certain spells to your champions, wouldn't you give them at least the basic stuff that you give your patron race?
So do we want to put tidal wave, water breathing, wall of water, and then come back to it?
I don't know. I'm fine with leaving wall of water there for the moment, because if we are looking at the race end, we would need to go back to Aurora and say light needs to be removed, because that is an angel cantrip.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Sure. I have an ASMR Genie Warlock in one of my games, and I double cast light all the time. It's fun stuff. It's like, oh, is this because of my species, or is this because of my patron? You'll never know.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at fourth.
If we're planning on putting watery, so okay, hold on. Sorry. If we are planning on putting watery sphere as the 4th level, I'd like to advocate for tidal wave for 3rd level.
Unless we go one other route, which is iffy, summon elemental.
I thought about that on one of the other ones, and because summon elemental, unless you're going to go and hamstring it into being that particular elemental, which then weakens the spell's utility.
Yeah.
It kind of just ends up being, it's like, maybe that's not the way to go. Because I think you lose the flavor if you don't hem it in, but if you hem it in, then it's, well, this is kind of I'm getting the dime store version.
Yeah.
Because 4th level, it's either watery sphere or control water.
Yeah.
If we're really sticking with it.
I do like watery sphere, because that's just not a spell you see very often, and it's cool. And if you're being prompted to use it, you'll use it more.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, chat, Saga, are you still out there?
I don't think.
Saga.
Nope. Courses.
Is it just the 3 of us?
I think so.
The 3 of us watching ourselves.
Actually, I don't know for sure that we count towards the 3.
Oh, that's fair.
A lot of times moderators and the streamer don't count towards the 3. Anyway. Because I've tuned into a lot of streams that had 0 viewers. So inherently you would think that would mean that, well, you have to be at least watching yourself, right?
Yeah.
So watery sphere 4th level.
I'm still looking. I haven't conceded yet. I'm not having any luck, but I'm still looking, so.
You know I go straight to those W's whenever it comes to Briora.
What's watery sphere? Yeah.
Storm at 4th level.
Watery sphere is in it's elemental evil,
Wizard
so it's
and
Xanathars.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, control water. Ice storm potentially. Or just a cold damage thing. Because I'm not as worried about the cold damage, because I know there's several cold damage spells already on the Warlock spell list, so I'm not worried as much about pushing those in as cold damage spells into the expanded spell list.
Alright, I'll concede the watery sphere. I'm not finding anything that I would contradict that with, so.
Well,
third level is just way too water heavy, and then everything else just kind of gets
Yeah.
Waters of the coast.
The only one I did find on the 4th level that I considered was the Aura of Purity from the Pally.
That one's nice.
That's true. Yeah.
But Watery Sphere, I think, is more on point.
And it aligns with the other, like, pantheonic subclasses as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because 4 out of 6 of them are going to get sphere spells. Or,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, Storm Sphere, Watery Sphere, Vitriolic Sphere.
You have Flaming Sphere on...
Flaming Sphere.
Yeah.
On Infernus. Not really a good necrotic or radiant sphere, unfortunately.
Nah. See, so if 4th is Watery Sphere, then 3rd should be Tidal Wave, and then 5th,
Tidal Wave, yes,
I would say is an option between Cone of Cold or Maelstrom. The reason why I hold off with Maelstrom for Sephora is because there's Control Wind, which is 5th level, and then there's also my all-time favorite spell, which is Steel Wind Strike. Though for a Warlock, I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the best, but it has the word wind in it.
Pact of the Blade Warlock.
I mean, being a Warlock and being able to cast Steel Wind Strike, I'd cry. I'll make sure this entry goes down so that I can start making my Warlock. Listen. No.
Still, let's
No, that's a 5th level.
Let's finish Briora first.
Just so the Maelstrom option stays for Briora rather than Sephora.
Sure. Yeah, Maelstrom. A mass of 5-foot deep water appears and swirls around a 30-foot radius centered on a point. You can see. That feels right. It does mean that none of our spells that we're giving them do cold damage, though.
Rhymes Binding Ice does.
So then we should.
Right. Rhymes Binding Ice does. Okay.
So then we should opt Cone of Cold instead.
Well, so yeah, we do have Rhymes Binding Ice. So the questions are: Maelstrom does really, really work.
Well, but you also pointed out that Warlock already has a decent number of cold spells.
Warlock has
versus the acid we were having trouble with.
That's true.
Because Warlock has the Armor of Agathis, and it has the Arms of Adar. Also, both do cold damage already.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about the cold part of it. I'd rather see the watery portion of it.
Yay! Okay.
Sure. And let's do Maelstrom then, because that's cool. And we can give them Ray of Frost for the cantrip. And there's like a control water cantrip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shape water. Shape water. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maelstrom. Shape Water and Ray of Frost, is that?
Ray of Frost, yeah.
Alright.
Those cantrips are easy.
Yeah. This is fun. I'm enjoying myself.
Level 1 spells, Noctalis.
Noctalis. Ooh. Bane. Could be cool.
Ooh, you're thinking Noctalis being a bad guy here.
Or Inflict Wounds. Inflict Wounds is kind of also the pairing to Guiding Bolt of classical level 1 cleric, level 1 cleric spells.
There are a lot of damage spells within Noctilus's domain. I think we might run into the difficulty of we need to opt for more utility, but starting off with a really strong first level, I feel like is a good idea.
Yeah, so okay, so let's think. What are the 3 gods that would lean more utility than, because we have Daedus and Briora. So does Noctalus lean slightly more, the third one that leans slightly more utility, and that Aurora and Infernus and Zephora are the 3 more damage heavy ones?
Aurora and Infernus for sure are going to be the more damage heavy. Zephora and Noctalus is kind of a toss up.
If we're wanting to do the pairs of gods on like the opposite end of the spectrums, then we did Daedus as kind of more support, then Zephora would be more damaging, and we did Aurora as more damaging, so Noctalus would be slightly more support.
My thought is that while Wither and Bloom is a wonderful 2nd level spell, I think that maybe the borrowed knowledge should go to the god of history and reason.
It's true.
Which would give one of those utility gaps.
That's true. I would also make an argument for invisibility at level 2.
But it's all Warlock already.
Yep.
I was just thinking the same thing, but it is on the Warlock spell list. Invisibility already.
I mean, I would even buff further my claim of borrowed knowledge because he's also the god of the past. Because I mean, you have like crazy spells out there that can do damage. I mean, we're gonna probably have to even look into the ones that have like a secondary effect, because I know if we do borrowed knowledge 2nd level, then 3rd level we can do life transference, which is functionally healing and hurting in a similar vein to Wither and Bloom.
Perhaps. Let's go back to deciding first level first.
Oh, I think inflict wounds.
I'm gonna throw out sleep on first level.
Ooh.
Also an option.
Because Noctalus is the god of sleep. Daedus is the goddess of dreams, but Noctalus is the god of sleep.
Does Warlock not already get sleep?
Nope.
That's wild.
That is wild. I would have like definitely put money on that Warlock got sleep. Okay, is there a good 2nd level damage spell that we like better for Daedus?
Wither and Bloom.
Potentially Wither and Bloom.
If we're going with the vein of necrosis, but you could also do like
Cast Without Trace? That's not a damage spell, but
Tasha's Mind Whip. That is, whenever we were talking about if there was a secondary typing any of the gods, that it would very much be psychic for Noctalus.
Yeah. I think we should avoid giving if the damage isn't just going to be like bludgeoning or slashing or whatever, I think we should avoid giving them different elemental damage to what they already get.
Then what about doing something like Vortex Warp, where we front load the utility so then on the back end we can have more damage?
I like the idea of the damage ones being at the higher levels. I'd lean towards, because this is one of the 3 ones, right? We could do 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So first level, I had thrown out the idea of sleep. On 2nd level, see invisibility.
Oh.
Would be another utility one that I like.
Yeah.
But I also do like Pass Without Trace, too, for the stealth end of things.
And yeah, since he's the god of criminality indirectly.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I
And-
think that Pass Without Trace might be a little more utility than See Invisibility.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
We could also make a. Could I make an argument for silence? Is that a second? I think that's second level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do think I like Pass Without Trace better, but it is an option.
I like Pass Without Trace. Between Sleep and Pass Without Trace, you're getting in there wherever you're going.
Yeah. So I'm still kind of leaning towards Inflict Wounds at level 1.
I think that we're also forgetting about cantrips too. Because although you have Sleep and Pass Without Trace that are very utility, there's also very many necrotic cantrips. And
There are.
I mean, Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead is the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Toll the Dead is an extremely powerful cantrip as well. Because that's the one that does an extra damage if they've lost any hit points, right?
Yeah, they do. It does a 1d12. What would be the utility cantrip for Noctalis, do we think?
Does he need one?
With of course, we've talked about not getting into the patron race ones. Spare the Dying is the one that the vampires get.
So I feel like maybe we can make a case for damage-based cantrips and then high-level, like, damage spells.
Okay. Argument for the utility to be Minor Illusion, perhaps?
Could. Oh, Minor Illusions on Warlock.
Oh.
There's a lot, like Darkness is on Warlock. There's a few other ones. It's like, oh, well, I guess that takes care of it, but... So, 4th level... If we're talking...
What are we doing 3rd level?
Is 3rd level life transference?
Oh, maybe.
I don't think we decided on one, though.
No, I don't think we did. I think I just skipped it in my mind.
But did you have a thought for 4th level?
4th level, I was going to throw out the... Well, let me double check that I'm not walking into something, but... Evard's Black Tentacles.
Oh.
Does Warlock not already get that?
No, surprisingly not. They do
Hey,
not.
no. That's wild.
I was surprised. That's the last minute check I did. I'm like, oh wait, this is probably on the Warlock. Never mind.
Now, since Noctalis is the god of sleep, but not necessarily the god of dreams, what about something like Phantasmal Killer?
But then we're dealing with psychic damage again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's... Yeah, that one's on the Warlock spell list.
Not a lot on 3rd level. That fits.
For 3rd level?
Yeah.
I still think life transference.
I'm just getting to Xanathars, so.
Oh, okay.
Non-detection.
That could be good.
For utility.
Well, I think we were looking at, unless we're going to do the double up damage cantrips, we'd be looking at damage on 3rd, 4th, 5th if we're doing sleep and pass without trace.
Well, I thought Noctalis was 3 utility and 2 damage.
3 damage to
3
utility.
damage to utility versus
and then
4
the others are
damage
4
one
damage.
utility.
Well, 3 damage.
It's been 3 or
utility.
4 is what we've been doing.
Right.
Because we don't necessarily
in
want
that
to
case,
touch on any of the undead stuff.
No.
That's a little taboo.
I don't know.
Then honestly,
Speak
necrotic
with dead,
damage
though?
is the default that goes because that's what Wizards decided was dark magic. Darkness. Honestly, I would love to just have a darkness damage type, but that's a whole nother mess to walk into to start creating a whole nother damage type.
Spirit Shroud, perhaps?
Isn't that another one where you choose the damage type, though? Or is that one
Is
just
it?
base necrotic?
Oh, is Radiant, Necrotic, or Cold? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And the Empiric Touch is already on
Is
the
already
Warlock list. That's probably the big one. That's your inflict wounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I like... Okay, let me go look at... Let's look at Warlock spell list. How much necrotic damage do they get for level 1 and level 2 spells? Because we might be able to argue giving the utility at level 1 or level 2 if there's enough necrotic.
Yeah, life transference isn't a damage spell.
That one's
would be
a
another
healing
utility.
spell.
I mean, we could do life transference if we did...
Double.
Mm,
So
inflict
Toll the
wounds
Dead
at
and
level
Chill
1.
Touch? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is at level 1, the only necrotic damage level 1 spell on the Warlock spell list is Arms of Hadar. Oh, we're at level 2. Shadow Blade. There's only one level 1 spell and one level 2 spell on the Warlock spell list that do necrotic damage, which is kind of crazy to me. Now that we're actually breaking it all down.
Okay, I had thrown out a 4th level, but I'm still trying to find anything on 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I'm coming up with nothing on 3rd.
5th level, I would pitch for negative energy flood.
Which level?
5th level.
5th level?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. Negative energy flood is already on the Warlock spell list.
Oh, is it? Dang.
Yeah.
It's always the ones you don't expect, right?
Shoot.
But it's good that you mentioned something about the Warlock spell list, because I just went and the one I was going to mention for 4th level is on there, so it's a non-issue.
Okay.
5th level might actually be really difficult then, because oh, never mind. Nope.
You found it? I didn't find anything in Xanathar's that I like for 3rd, 4th, or 5th.
Um. Hmm. I mean, oh, Evert's Black Tentacles for level 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still leaning there on the
That's
fourth. Okay. It is a utility,
okay.
but kind of a pretty awesome utility that would fit.
Please say it. Please say it.
5th level. Modify memory.
Yes! Yes! I was just looking at it. It's... Yeah.
He is the god of memories, god of the past. Changing people's minds would fit.
Okay. We're gonna have to pull off some more.
But that would be another one that would technically not be a damage dealing spell.
Yeah, that is still a very cool 5th level spell for people to have, and I don't think people would be upset at getting it. But it would mean we would probably want to put more damaging spells back in the lower levels.
What is Gift of Gab?
Okay, are we pretty well set on Evard's Black Tentacles as our 4th?
I think so.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I don't think I found literally anything else for 4th level.
All right, I'll keep looking at 3rd and 5ths, but I'm not having a whole lot of luck there. The 1/3 I thought of,
something,
but it's not a damage. Is again would be fear.
Sure.
But
that's on the Warlock spell list.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is. You're right.
Oh no.
Spirit of Death at level 4. It's like a summon spell, like summon like one of the new summon spells.
So we double up
like
on
summon Fae or summon Beast.
We double up on damage, and then we get rid of Guardian of Faith. Because that's the one we've been. Is that the one we've been keeping? What's the one we've been keeping?
It's no 4th. That's not the one on 4th level that's been the same.
The one on 4th level that's been the same is Death Ward.
Death Ward, yeah, which I think also fits for Noctalis.
Yeah.
I was proposing Spirit of Death as the only alternative I found for Evard's Black Tentacles.
Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. That's already on the Warlock spell list already. Ignore me.
Oh.
I guess we're going with Evard's Black Tentacles.
That's where you want to go and say, audience, all right, if you guys can catch us on the 10th time that we fall into the it's already on the Warlock spell list, win a prize.
Yeah, honestly.
We could shift out Pass Without Trace for Gift of Gab if we're running Modify Memory at 5th level. But I feel like Pass Without Trace is a better utility.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you modify? Let me look.
Did you guys find anything for 5th?
I'm gonna try to focus.
No.
Other than, I mean, we talked Modify Memory, but as to a damage one, that's an alternative.
No.
Let me just find all the list of all our necrotic damage spells, and see where that puts us.
A lot of them are already on the Warlock spell list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, that's the thing is that
Hex.
we can lean into knowing that there is already a ton of necrotic spell support there.
Arms Fadar and Hex are already on.
Yep.
Already on spell list, but Inflict Wounds we could put on.
Vampiric
Wither and Bloom
Touch is on there.
Vampiric Touch, which is already on.
Yeah.
But Life Transference. Light.
But the necrotic damage
Light's
is to
on
yourself on Life Transference, so.
Yes, but
That's
it leans into, I guess, the more clerical side of all of these.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad one to go with. It's just a matter of, let's not look at it as being a damage spell.
That's fair.
If that's what we're looking for.
Okay, so yes. But Blight and Shadow of Moil at 4th level. Are either of those on the Warlock spell list?
Shadow of Moil is on Warlock.
Blight is definitely on
Okay.
Warlock as well.
I had looked at Shadow of Moil because that one was a
Blight,
good one too, but
Blight is also on the Warlock spell list.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
is Destructive Wave.
That one's multiple damage types though. It's thunder initially, and then it's like a choice of, I think. Because I did look at that one.
Okay.
Now, I like, now that we're building it out, if we go 2 damage cantrips, so Toll the Dead and Chill Touch, if we do Inflict Wounds, Pass Without Trace, Life Transference, Black Tentacles, Modify Memory, that would keep it comparable in terms of the damage, because the double cantrips would help.
Damn it, Enervation is already on Warlock.
I'll throw a crazy 5th level one out there, although I do like the Modify Memory. I like it better than this one, but it is a damage spell. It is not necrotic, so it would not get the boost. But just because we have not hit one of these yet that we've agreed to do, taking the 5th level Banishing Smite.
Oops.
You could also possibly take... Well, no. No, because we already have Black Tentacles. The only thing that would make sense against Black Tentacles for 4th level would be Confusion.
Maybe.
I think we're good, though, with a 4th level damage spell. I mean, we found one we like. I think we'd leave that one alone, probably,
one of
at this
the
point.
few...
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have a good 3rd, we have a good 5th, but neither one is damage. Between the Life Transference and the Modify Memory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, if... I think... Yeah, so I think we do need to change level 1 to from sleep to inflict wounds, though.
Yeah.
Gosh, guys, my gods are nice. They don't do these things. You want them to inflict wounds? Oh man.
I like sleep, but we're having 4 utility spells.
And in the grand scheme of things, I like the other ones a little bit better on the damage if we can get... I mean, we still are going to be light one way or the other.
Yeah.
But we got to shift somewhere.
Yeah.
It's got to be 1st or 2nd, because we found nothing on 3rd and 5th.
I mean, you have... Although it's not within the realm of what we're doing, at 6th level, Warlocks get access to Eye Bite, which causes sleep. So
that's true.
They still have access to a spell, though it is extremely high level. And then I think there's an effect for... Is it Symbol? I think that one's high level too. That one's 7th level. Yeah. But you can put people to sleep. That one's not on Warlock, though. But Warlocks aren't the one that get the option to choose like a high-level spell, or is that them?
So they
Mystic
get, like,
Arcanum?
Yeah. They get like 1 6th level, 1 7th level, 1 8th level, 1 9th level.
Ah, okay, cool. And they get to choose any.
Well,
no.
They basically have a spell list. They have a 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level spell list. That they
choose
choose
one
from.
spell for your Arcanum. That stinks.
Okay, wait. I found something. Nope, it's on the Warlock.
I will say this: if we're talking about Noctalis not being necessarily evil, they really try to paint Warlocks as evil because all of those spells are on the Warlock spell list. So it's
All
either
right.
we try
Are
to keep it
resolving
comparable.
on inflict wounds, then it's that or
in
ditch
order
and pass without trace for something at second, but I don't know if we found anything at second.
I wonder if we take into consideration the fact that so many necrotic spells are available to warlocks, though.
Yeah.
That way we can keep the like lore aspect, because I feel like that's at the forefront of the subclass if it's a deity, rather than we want to try to keep it 3 and 2.
Yeah. The option would be at second level switching out for Wither and Bloom, I think, is the one we discussed. But which feels very similar to life transference.
I like pass without trace better. I would almost rather have
so do
more
I.
utility. But
yeah.
I'm the arrows guy. So
All right. So inflict wounds.
What are we looking at?
We have inflict wounds and cure wounds. It's a nice balance there on level 1.
Yeah.
Pass without trace with lesser restoration. Third level, are we leaning towards the life transference? Is that pretty much where we're falling?
I mean, I don't see anything else. Let me look at
I think it fits. It's just a matter of I think we're just gonna have to accept one.
Okay. Just throwing it out there, kind of crazy. Bestow curse.
No.
that one's straight up evil. That one's fire. Hey, no, you can't make the case.
How's that one not on the warlock list?
Other option, just because I have seen a cleric of Noctalis do this before. Speak with dead. He is the god of history.
I mean, I like the life transference better than that. As to fitting. The only thing I don't like about the life transference is just that it is a heal spell when we already have a plethora of that type of rolling continuing. But
that's what I was
that also can be an argument for if we revisit Briora and the Revivify, does the Revivify go away for something? And Noctalis is the god of sleep. He'd rather you just go away and sleep eternally, and Briora is maintain the peace of you've moved on. Both of those, I think, can have an argument for Revivify going away. But
I have one more to throw out for level 3.
Okay.
Feign Death.
I saw that one. I feel like it's just like gentle repose because it's that catatonic state. And there's what were you gonna say?
I was saying like it's it has a lot more to it than just gentle repose, though. This isn't something you cast on someone at 0 HP.
But you also have the Warlock invocation, because it is technically a Warlock subclass, where you can like cover yourself in ice, and that's I feel like that might be a competing.
Yeah, but for Feign Death, you do it to others. You don't do it to yourself.
But it's a willing creature, correct? It's not just any creature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a willing creature. So it would still be utility. Like once we determined that there wasn't a 3rd level damage one, I went back and was pulling up the utility ones that I had glanced at. As being other options.
Hey, there is... No, never mind. That's technically on the Warlock list.
Which one is it?
Antagonize. It's from one of the very new books, though.
Yes, it's on the Warlock list. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many spells that they already have.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna
Yeah,
give them
this is
something
true.
like... Unless you're gonna give them something like Clairvoyance.
Maybe?
Would Blink? Although that's utility.
I glanced at that.
I
But
feel
it
like
is
maybe
still one that
that's...
you would use in combat.
That is true, yeah. But it's that, like, disappearance effect that plays really nicely with Pass Without Trace.
That's also true. Okay. Silver, thoughts on Blink?
It's not bad.
Or perhaps...
My only issue with it is just that it is a you're gonna blink to the plane of the gods temporarily and kind of potentially based off your rolls bounce back and forth every turn between you're in the plane of the gods and then you're back.
Yeah.
Does that outpace a damage dealing healing spell?
Oh, I just saw one. I just saw one that I liked. Oh, slow?
Is that not already on the Warlock list?
I guess I didn't check. I don't think so.
Oh, whoa.
No? That's not necessarily damage dealing, but it does still feel offensive.
Mm-hmm.
An offensive spell.
I actually really like that one.
All right, so we're looking at slow instead of life transference.
No, how do you feel about life transference versus slow, Silver?
I could be fine with slow. I mean, really, I think the only reason life transference is in this equation is because it says necrotic damage. Otherwise, it's just a heal spell
Probably.
where you're sacrificing your own hit points,
That's
which
true.
could be anybody. If we really wanted to
Yeah.
put it in here, we could honestly make an argument for let's do that instead of revivify across the board.
Yeah.
Would be a possible look at for it rather than it being a Noctalis thing.
Oh no. Salinas loses Revivify.
I got it. Give me your diamond.
He's stolen from you. You can just steal it out of his bag some night.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for reminding me. I can't wait. Book 3, here we come.
All right, what were we looking for the cantrips?
Kill the dead and chill touch.
I think... Okay, so I do have a... Yeah, there's just not a great like utility one for... So in that case, I'd like to make an argument for Toll the Dead and Sapping Sting, which is at least feels a slight... It's one of the newer ones, but at least it feels slightly more utility. It deals 1d4 and knocks the person prone.
What book is Sapping Sting from?
Oh, Chill Touch is in the Warlock list.
I'm pretty sure that both of
Okay.
them are in the.
Toll the
in
Dead
the
is
Warlock
not.
list. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Toll the Dead is a cleric exclusive, I think.
Give him Shillelagh.
Yeah, Zapping Sting isn't.
I honestly,
isn't in,
if you're really wanting to look at utility on the cantrip, double check. I don't want to be that guy that's throwing out something that's on the Warlock list. But Mending.
Maturgy? Oh.
Okay.
Few Lonan's Weaving that you've already seen. He is the tailors and clothers and everything. Their Noctalis is their patron god.
Oh. Heck yeah. Let's do
Then
Mending.
yeah.
Want to do Mending and Toll the Dead?
Yeah.
Mending and Toll the Dead.
Mending and Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Alright, we got Noctalis knocked out then? That sounded awful.
Wow.
But
Noctalis was a lot harder than I expected he was going to be.
it's because
It's the accessibility.
He's so already in the Warlock spectrum. Because
Yeah.
be interesting to see if that type of stuff changes in the future with we're trying to get rid of the negative connotations of a lot of things that D&D brands good and evil. Does Warlock become a little bit less branded evil? I doubt it.
Yeah.
All right.
Because there are players who play Warlock because they like that fantasy of playing the evil character.
And I think there's plenty that fit that too.
Sure.
I'm leaving the cantrips from Noctalis up on the screen just because it makes it a little bit easier to type everything in if I can just replace one at a time. So, all right, Zephora. Now we get to hit all the easy ones again.
Fun.
You say that.
No, we get to hit the easy ones at
Yeah.
the beginning, and then everything gets hard after that. So,
Honestly, I feel like the back end of Zephora is going to be easier.
Yeah. Oh well. Level 1 Zephora Thunderwave.
Yeah, but absolutely. What's that one? Oh. I think this is...
Gust. Is that level 1 too? I think.
Gust of Wind is second level. Gust, I
there
think,
is
is
a-
a
there is
cantrip,
Gust.
isn't it?
I believe so.
Oh yeah, it is.
It must be under. It must be in Xanathar's. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's in
Gust is a
Xanathar's. Gust,
cantrip.
the cantrip is in Xanathar's.
Yeah.
But we're obviously gonna have to add Gust to the cantrips.
Yeah. Gust can absolutely is absolutely going to be the
Utility one.
utility one.
So
And
we're
Thunderclap could be would be the damaging one for the cantrip.
Mm.
That's also in Xanathar's.
I like that. Only thing is, just be careful if you're ever casting
Thunderclap's in
Thunderclap.
Warlock list.
Glug.
It is. Oh no! Oh no! Now we're in trouble.
All right.
Zephora is more of the chaotic one, right? The more like
Yep.
warmongering. I mean, I feel like Compelled Duel might be nice.
She's not warmongering. She's
That
just
level one?
chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic.
She goes with the wind. What do you think? Gust of Wind on second level? At least as a
Yeah.
placeholder.
I think that.
Yeah.
Sure. I feel like that very much fits. Now I'm worried about cantrips because I don't think there's another cantrip that does thunder damage. I think Thunderclap's the only one.
Thunder Wave is first level.
Yeah, that's what we put in as the first
That's
level.
I think that's what we have.
Oh, sorry, you said Thunderclap. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
good.
Wind Wall at third.
I mean, we could.
I would pitch for Thunderstep at third level.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
That's
yes, I do like
anytime you
Thunderstep.
get one of those traversal spells, Chef's Kiss.
Yeah. Oh, Booming Blade. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But
You give-
Booming
Thunderstep
Blade
is Warlock.
No.
And Booming Blade is also Warlock.
No, it's good. It means it's already there. What's Booming Blade out of?
Yeah. Tasha's.
Oh, it's in Tasha's. We found one from Tasha's to actually
Booming Blade was
use.
definitely there before that too, but that's the most recent one. It's out of Tasha's. I think Booming Blade may have been in Sword Coast originally.
That could be, yeah.
Good old Skag. I mean, there's so many good lightning spells. There are not nearly as many good thunder spells.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Freedom of movement.
It's third level?
Fourth.
Oh. There is a Storm Sphere, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We might have to give. Ooh. We might have to give first the cantrip. We might have to give Lightning Lure.
Yeah.
Control Winds is under fifth.
Yes, Control Wind
And then
and
your
Steel Wind Strike. Those were I've
Steel
had
Wind
them
Strike.
from the get, like hyphenate or with a backslash between them. But second we have Gust.
Cloud Kill is also fifth level, I think. Although that's poison. That's
Yeah,
true.
because I looked at that one
Never
for
mind.
Noctalis too. It's like, oh, there's something about that made me think it went there, and then I was like, never mind.
What does Control Winds do?
I think it controls winds, but I'm not gonna swear to that one. So
Yeah, Control Winds is another utility one.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you were thinking Storm Spheres that was fourth, right?
Fourth. Mhm.
Yeah, Storm Sphere's at fourth level.
To keep our sphere trend going.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got third and fifth. Storm Sphere deals damage, I assume.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we have
And I
two
would-
damage. Thunder Wave and Storm Sphere. Gust of Wind, I don't think does damage. Does it? It just pushes, doesn't it?
No, Gust of Wind just pushes. Yeah.
So it all comes down to third level where you have Lightning Bolt, Call Lightning, Lightning Arrow, but thunder spells are difficult.
We were going.
I would-
Zephora is going to be more on the damage end.
And Fly,
Yes.
which
we need.
would
Flies on
be a good
Warlock,
one, is
so
already on there. Yeah.
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 Ba, ba, ba.
Wind Wall?
I feel like we have to do Steel Wind Strike for level 5 then. Despite the fact that it does force damage, the description literally says you strike and then you flourish the weapon in casting and then vanish to strike like the wind.
The same organization that my Spell Fletcher subclass is in is also the same one that there is a caster who uses Steel Wind Strike. So It's very quick. It's a very good spell.
All right, so that where we're going for 5. So that would
I
be
think everyone's okay with
3. We need one more damage then.
I don't know that we'll find one.
Well, I mean, we're looking at 3rd level, which lightning bolt would be the obvious. If you're
Is
gonna go
lightning bolt
lightning,
not already in?
it's not on warlock.
Or call lightning. I think this is
Call
also 3rd
yeah,
level.
call lightning is a lot more nature. I think that
I
one's
think
only
that'd
druids.
fit better.
Yeah, because you're calling nature, calling it down from the sky itself.
So call lightning for there. Yeah.
And then that would be able to, for us to better justify putting lightning lore as the extended.
So yeah, that's the only other problem we run into is we added a force damage. Storm Sphere deals what damage?
Thunder or lightning.
Thunder.
That
Thunder
one
or
gives you the
lightning.
choice.
Okay, so we're good there, and Thunderwave we're good on. But we're putting in Call Lightning that's going to deal lightning damage, Steel Wind Strike that's going to deal force damage, and then Lightning Lure that's going to do lightning damage. That damage buff, we're putting in 3 spells that don't take advantage of it.
Oh, guess what?
Yeah. Okay.
Storm Sphere's bludgeoning and lightning.
Oh, so
Oh no.
4.
Yeah, I thought that it was a choice. I thought that was one of the few spells that gave you a choice.
Okay, let me pull up all. Once again, let's look at all thunder damage spells. The only cantrips that do thunder damage are Booming Blade and Thunderclap, which are already on the Warlock spell list.
Mm-hmm.
Level 1, we have Thunderous Smite and Thunderwave.
And I think we're okay
Level
if there's
2.
ones that are in the Warlock list, because those cantrips can be the ones that you take because you're going to get the boost later. I think it's just we don't want to leave it that there isn't anything that's going to take advantage of the boost.
Yeah.
Because what is it?
So level 5 destroy. Sorry, go ahead.
Isn't Shatter already on the list?
Is Shatter already on Warlock?
I feel like it is.
Yeah, it's 2nd level Shatter. Yep.
Because that's the other big Thunder one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we're hitting Thunderclap and Shatter are there.
3rd level is Thunder Step.
Which is on the Warlock list.
There isn't anything for 4th level, and 5th level is Destructive Wave, which is the thunder damage, and then afterwards necrotic or radiant.
We just have to hold out hope. There's that. I think there's like a 9th level spell that does thunder damage.
Yeah, Storm of Vengeance, 9th level.
Yep, gotta work your way up.
Because there's no 6th, 7th, or 8th level spells that do thunder damage.
Okay. We haven't gone down this road tonight. It is something that we went down the road for Salinas on the Aurora stuff in the past. Is do you look at like Steel Wind Strike, changing it to thunder damage?
Yeah. Like, we wouldn't be able to put that in the subclass. We could just say that would have to be a DM, like, case-by-case basis sort of thing.
I feel like Storm Sphere should give you the choice.
And
I
we
feel
could do
like
the same
Steel
thing
Wind
with Storm Sphere.
Yeah, I feel like Storm Sphere should be a choice. I think personally, Steel Wind Strike seems like it should have a thunder element because you're moving so fast, and then the like the clap
Give the
of
sonic
sound
boom.
afterwards. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's just base. They should be that personally, but
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
do you see a problem in because there are other spellcasters who might have access to those spells of permanently making Storm Sphere at your table lightning or thunder?
No, I feel like that makes sense.
It's more utility.
And I think the
if
same
you're putting
thing
it
for
as an
Storm
ore,
Strike.
I don't see. We're not.
Yeah.
You're making it a better spell.
Exactly, because I almost wonder if it's like the case by case, like you say, is there a way to just improve it with more options if it's reasonable? Or for Steel Wind Strike's case, it's not lightning or thunder, but it is thunder, so you're actively changing like the typing on it.
From force to thunder.
Oh, yeah.
Like the force damage, I'm not that upset about.
That one
because,
I'm
like,
not
force damage
too worried
is
about.
because force damage is also like part of just the warlock by
Magic
base of like
damage.
Well, and
of like
I don't have a
their
problem with
blast.
the damage being there. I'm just looking at where they get that boost on spells that do thunder damage. They're not going to get it on spells that we're giving them. That was my big concern.
The thing is, all of the thunder damage spells are pretty much already on the warlock spell list.
Well, and I think we could use that as an argument to go and say, well, maybe we don't put as many damage spells because there is so many for them to access that are already flavored for their for the subclass. It's just there.
Right.
Or we could take a really cheap, approach of, we'll just go put a spell on there that's already on the warlock list because it just fits and you just don't get anything. It would make more sense to go find something that's another utility spell and give them that because, well, hey, I can go take Thunderclap and Thunderstep and all these other ones.
Yeah.
That being said,
give them Thunder Wave.
I think we got Thunder Wave, Gust of Wind. I think we're good on those first, second level. Third level, maybe you ditch Call Lightning for something that's more utility. I'm fine with Storm Sphere going the either or.
Okay, is there a better utility third level? Let's look at that.
I'm looking.
Gaseous Form?
That's already on Warlock. Yep.
It is. What is Pulse Wave? I mean, maybe look at Pulse Wave. That's another thing that just does force damage, but it's kind of flavored correctly.
What about something like Sending? If we're looking at utility.
Yeah.
I mean, out of all the gods.
Potentially. Stinking Cloud?
No, she gets rid of it. She's really good at fanning those away. Alright, I had to read one I've never read before, so.
Which one is that?
Never mind.
What was the one you just said, Conrad? That was from the newer books?
Pulse Wave.
Pulse Wave.
That's from Explorer's Guide to Wildmount.
Oh, I mean, they have some really good like gravity spells. Just saying.
Yeah, that's basically what that is. Yeah, it's a Dunamancy spell.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, that is really cool, actually.
It is another just force damage, not thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think we had named a third level before, and we just moved past it because we ended up looking for damage spells. Was Windwall?
Oh yeah, Windwall.
Oh yeah,
kind of would be pretty on point.
That makes me
Windwall.
Druids.
Oh, Druids.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we should do Wind Wall, definitely.
That one definitely
What
wasn't
are we talking
mentioned,
about?
just absolutely glossed over.
Well, I think we hit
Yeah,
it,
we
and
just-
it's like, we need 4 damage. We'd already done Gust of Wind as our utility, so.
Well, Wind Wall does damage.
Oh, well, yeah. So.
Bludgeoning.
Yeah, it just does bludgeoning damage.
I think maybe you just work with any Zephoran warlocks, if that's what it comes down to. It sounds like they're too complex.
All right, what do we want to do for the other cantrip with Gust?
We said Gust and
that's the
Lightning
other
Lure.
problem. I said Lightning Lure, but then we're like...
there is no other Thunder ones that aren't already on the Warlock list.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the cantrips, I don't feel as bad giving them a cantrip that might already be on the Warlock list. Because that just opens up a chance for them to just pick an additional cantrip already. Because the cantrips aren't ones that aren't ones that are just like added to the list. They're ones that are added to your spell list automatically.
True.
So I wouldn't feel as bad about putting Booming Blade as the bonus cantrip.
I like Booming Blade. Very good cantrip. Has one of the best evolutions.
Yeah, because the bonus cantrips, they count as Warlock cantrips, but they don't count against the number of cantrips known. So we could give them Booming Blade.
Okay.
And it was already on their spell list, but instead of them just picking Booming Blade as one of the Warlock cantrips they would know, because that's probably one of the ones they would pick, they could pick a different one. Does that seem fair?
I'd say so.
Only thing would be, do you want Booming Blade or do you want Thunderclap?
Good question.
Because they're both going to be in that exact same category, so.
Yeah. Well, simply because if we're doing Steel Wind Strike, I like the idea of doing Booming Blade, because that just feels kind of a little bit more cohesive. And I don't feel too bad because Thunderclap is still there available if they want to pick it.
Yeah.
It's really weird that we end up with Zephora's
Melee.
Warlock is ending up being a very melee individual.
Well,
Yeah.
the other thing is, although Infernus is technically like speed, I feel like you can't deny that Zephora
Oh yeah, no,
would be as well.
Most of them, there's 2 that kind of fit
Mm-hmm.
in, so they are the speed half
Zephora
of
is
the
dexterity,
spectrum,
right?
Yeah,
What's that?
dexterity,
Zephora's-
chaos.
Yeah.
Zephora's got the
Zephora's
dexterity
primary
end
one.
of the speed.
Yeah. Zephora's primary stat is dex, right?
Yeah.
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 And now we come to my
Okay.
boy.
Yeah. This one's gonna be easy.
Well,
I
there's
have-
lots to pick from. That part's for sure.
Yeah.
And
Everything is based
fire
upon...
is not very heavy in Warlock list, so
Yep.
Funny enough, Burning Hands is not in the Warlock list.
Interesting.
But Fairy Fire is also first
Scorching
level.
Ray?
Yes, Scorching Ray is. I'm pretty sure.
Scorching Ray is not on the Warlock spell list.
Really? Huh.
Nope.
Nope, it isn't. That's wild.
Is that because you guys get pyrotechnics as for
Yeah.
fire hearts,
So,
right?
Burning Hands or Fairy Fire are what I was thinking for first
Really?
level, so that we could do an inverse of if you choose Burning Hands, then you could do Borrowed Knowledge. If you do Fairy Fire, then you could do Heat Metal. But Scorching Ray is also really good.
Yeah.
But that way we're maintaining that first and second level like utility and attack.
Yeah. Yes, I do think for all of them we have at least one, except Aurora. I think Aurora's level 1 and 2 are both attack.
Yeah.
I think her utility is her a 3rd level spell.
I think Fairy Fire would be a much stronger choice, but I don't know how you would call that so far. That's
honestly, aside from it having fire in the name, in my mind, Fairy Fire would make more sense on Aurora's list because you're lighting up the targets to make them easier to see, more so than starting them on fire to make them easier to see. Because they're more wreathed in an aura of light than they really are. I mean, they're not burning; they're not taking damage from it. So, I would lean towards Burning Hands for Infernus.
Or Scorching Ray.
Scorching Ray 2nd level.
And I do like Heat Metal. I think is pretty spot on. It's got to be there for 2nd level.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. I could have sworn Scorching Ray was.
It is 2nd level. I promise.
Yeah, it is. Heat Metal is definitely a better 2nd level.
Third level? Hear me out. Melf's Minute Meteors.
I like it.
Really? We have to have a discussion on 3rd level?
That is...
Because 4th level has really, really good... 4th level, you could do Fabricate for the God of the Forge. You could do Fire Shields for Infernus. Like, I feel like, therefore, the 3rd level should be... But what is your...
3rd level's not Fireball?
That's
3rd level's not Fireball?
That's kind of the thing. It's like, is this really a discussion?
I don't think it should be.
All right.
That's my hot take, though.
No, give us the pitch. Why is Fireball not there? Aside from just the general overuse of Fireball.
Because 5th level is Immolation. And I feel like you could have a really, really high damage output fire spell once. Because if you have Fireball and Immolation, with how many different fire spells there are, the Minute Meteors is also just cool. In terms of the way that they're like summoned, they're like almost these small little things that like orbit you.
Yeah.
Fireballs. Yeah.
Argument for flame arrows at level 3.
Do you conjure them, or is it ammo you shoot?
You touch a quiver containing arrows or bolts.
And turn them.
That's limited, I feel.
It's
I feel
limited.
like unless it's
very
a
spot
summon,
on.
It is.
For the Artificer God, but...
Because I feel like the first 3 levels shouldn't all be damage. I feel like at least one in the 3rd, at least by 3rd level, they should have one utility. Unless we really want to argue 4th level Fabricate, and that being their utility spell.
I mean, 3rd level you could also go with something like a Chardalon Stride, because that one's not in Warlock. I checked. But that one's innately fire, I believe.
Are we settled on Wall of Fire at 4th level?
I think Fabricate or Fire Shield would be better. If there's no Flaming Sphere at 4th level. You like Wall of Fire?
I like Wall of Fire. Because Wall of Fire was originally on the original Celestial Warlock.
I tend towards Fabricate.
Surprisingly, we did not do a wall spell until Zephora. How did we skip all the wall spells all the way through?
Because they're also varied.
We discussed it, yeah.
I know we talked like the Wall of Stone and stuff, and we talked Wall of Light.
We talked Wall of Water.
Yes, that's the one that's still kind of sitting out there. That was the if we needed to. But
oh yeah. I also withhold Fireball from this list because
Out of spite.
I think it should be an innate ability of Fire Hearts. But I know that a 3rd level spell is also way too much.
Yeah, Immolate's pretty good.
And that feels to me like a buffed up Fireball.
That's true.
Could you do Elemental Weapon?
Yeah, elemental weapon, you can choose any element.
You can, but the enhancing of equipment, I feel like, would fall under the purview of specifically
Perhaps.
Infernus.
That you make a good. I mean, that's a good, like, that is a good argument for it.
All right, so you got 3rd and 4th. One needs to be a non-damage spell. And that's where you were thinking Fabricate?
Yes.
Which is out of...
Goog, if I know off the top of my head. No. Fabricates out of... Let's see. It's making me do a security check to make sure I'm human. Interesting. It is out of the basic rules. PHP.
Gosh, whose spell list is that on?
It's
Which one?
Wizard, Artificer, and Forge.
Wizard.
Fabricate.
Yeah.
It's in the base rules? It's not in the PHP as a wizard spell.
Well, no, it couldn't be in the basic rules. It says page 239 in the basic rules. But Artificer wasn't in the basic rules, was it? Wasn't it?
Well, I mean, but yeah, it's not. But Fabricate's in the PHP, but it's not on the wizard spell list in the PHP.
Interesting.
What spell list is it in?
That's what I'm trying to find. Is it on Nobody's? That'd be really funny.
Misprint.
I'm halfway through the spells and I'm not seeing it on anybody's list.
Artificer and Wizard, that's what it says. That's wild.
Yeah. It's not on any spell list in my book. My book has no... Fabricate is not on anybody's 3rd level spell list. Weird.
Oh, because it's a 4th level spell.
Oh, it's a 4th level spell. That would help.
Sorry.
Yes, it is on the 4th levels.
Okay.
All right. Please disregard the last 5 minutes of nonsense.
So Fabricates, for me, my pitch is Melts Minute Meteors for damage on 3rd level, and then Fabricate for 4th level.
My pitch is Fire Arrows at 3rd level, and Wall of Fire at 4th level.
Am I listening to the pitches and have to pick which one of you guys wins? Cut the baby.
I mean, Fire Shield
King
is
Solomon
also
style.
Here would be my pitch as a kind of to settle between both. Flame Arrows is extremely situational, but if you give Fire Shield at 4th level, that causes damage as well as a protective spell. So maybe that's the way to go. Is although one seems really situational, the other one's kind of covered. It doesn't step on the toes of Artificer.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna muddy the waters back to something that we talked about before. although I really do like heat metal, we kind of ran a roll of spheres through here, and we got rid of the only one that was on the Celestial sub.
I would be good with it being Flaming Sphere then. So that means that we need to find a 3rd level utility spell. 4th level stays utility. 4th level could be Wall of Fire.
Heat metal is being considered a damage spell anyway, because it does.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. So Flaming Sphere for a second. I'm good with that.
I was just looking through all the things that said fire in them.
Yeah.
It's like, did we miss something? Is there some fire here that we didn't account for?
Heat metal at Warforged? I mean, come on.
Ooh.
Those don't exist.
Oh, big ooh.
That was actually something that came up in another one of my games. They were like, how do you beat this individual? And I was like, well, they're Warforged. So heat metal, they can't really take it off. Ooh.
I mean, I do like a Chardelon Stride too.
That one is movement as well, which plays into the speed element. Unlike Thunderstep, it's not on the Warlock list. Yeah. It could, because haste is built in. Maybe that's
true. That's true. We kind of very quickly decided on Burning Hands at level 1. Is there a utility at level 1 we want to maybe reconsider?
Oh, a Chardelon Stride isn't even 2nd level, it's 3rd level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For 1st level, you said?
Yeah.
I do really like Fabricate. I'm struggling with moving past Fabricate as the utility.
It's so good.
It is. It is good.
Just for especially since we took out heat metal, that we don't have anything that's referencing the creation element.
That's true. Okay. So what are we looking at right now? The 1st level Burning Hands, Flaming Sphere.
We have an empty at 3rd at the moment.
The 4th level Fabricate and 5th level Immolation.
First level, we talked Fairy Fire and Burning Hands, and we had discussed sticking with Burning Hands. But
yeah,
what you gonna give them? Good berry?
Yes. Flaming
yes?
good berries. They burn all the way down. And Yofordir will love
only if
them.
they're good berry wine.
Hellish Rebuke is built into Warlock, so there's no need for that.
Yes.
They're Steering Smite. But then
Steering Smite.
But then we're getting dangerously into the territory of a lot of Forge Domain spells are making their way into here.
Which isn't necessarily a problem, because we're not building a Cleric subclass, we're building a Warlock subclass that doesn't get all the buffs that Clerics do of being able to be tanks and spellcasters.
Why did we not look at...
I do like Melf's Minute Meteors. Do like a Chardelon Stride. Do like Fire Arrows. Although if we have Fabricate, maybe we do just go with Minute Meteors.
What do we have? We have Burning Hands, Flaming Sphere, Melf's Minute Meteors, or Chardelon Stride, Fabricate, Immolation. I feel like a case could be made for both. I love a Chardelon Stride, and I think the functionality that it grants with movement makes up for the fact that it's a lower damage output than something like Melf's Minute Meteors.
Yeah.
I feel like we should opt for a Chardelon Stride, because if we're looking at the spell list, we have a lot of damage already, so something that gives damage and something else might be more functional.
Yeah. Well, once again, going back to Aurora's, we have 4 damage spells and then Daylight.
4 and 1, yeah.
Yeah. Which maybe that's an argument to go back and reconsider replacing the second level Moonlight with a different, more utility spell.
I don't see anything else first level, unless you're gonna say that you're using shield.
No. I think let's stick with Burning Hands.
Okay. So then I guess it just comes
Is that
down to
what we're
what's the third level?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought we were doing our Charlotte Stride.
That's my vote.
Okay, Silver. If you gotta choose between a Charlotte Stride and Mel's Minute Meteors.
Or Fireball.
Fireball.
Wow, there's a third spell there too, but that we've
Which is
glossed over because of the avoiding the patron race crossover.
Oh,
But-
haste.
Oh, the haste.
Which I agree that the Arshardalan Stride is a lot more. It does a lot of similar things at a lesser degree, but then adds the damage output. That honestly, hindsight 2020, recreating Firehearts might get a Arshardalan Stride rather than getting haste.
Well, then when the new patch comes in, we can go ahead and swap those two and put haste.
What were you guys thinking, cantrip wise?
Firebolt and Control Flames.
Firebolt's already in Warlock?
Is it?
Thought it was.
No.
Go.
No.
What the heck? What's going on? That makes no sense. Okay, yeah, then it's gotta be. Firebolt, and then what was the other one?
Control Flames.
Control Flames.
So
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
the utility.
Yeah.
That's the utility fire spell.
So, what I'm hearing is a short one stride.
I thought that's what we. It's sounding like that's what we're deciding on.
I'm good with that. I love a good traversal spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots.
Control flame or produce flame?
Produce flame
Produce
is
flame.
patron,
Mm-hmm.
and that's also technically damage.
Yes. That's why I was
True.
thinking Control Flame.
I just wondered whether the producing fire made sense, and maybe that's something instead of Firebolt. Although I understand
Instead of Firebolt.
Firebolt's a good spell, but
So we make an argument for Produce Flame instead of Firebolt.
well, if you did produce flame instead of Firebolt, produce flame kind of covers the control flame and the Firebolt into one spell and opens up another cantrip slot to do something else.
Well,
I
there's
almost
not
like
really any other good. There's not any other Unless the other option would be mending, but we already did mending.
My thought is that if you're talking about a cleric, does a cleric have, or a warlock, does a warlock have a closer relationship with the deities than the innates of the patron races? Because I think one should have
case-to-case
control,
basis?
one should have produce.
I think there's an argument to be made that the champion of the warlock champion has got the there's an arrangement there, not just hey, I was born into this. It's a connection that can be severed at any point in time. So from that argument would suggest that the control should be with the Firehearts and the produce should be with the warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I agree.
what would be the utility? What would be the utility cantrip if we didn't do control flame?
I'm looking.
Because like I would say mending, but we already gave mending to Noctalis.
I think it's good to vary it up a little bit.
That one's not very.
What did you say?
Thaumaturgy is in warlock, isn't it?
I think it's only in cleric.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to give them prestidigitation.
Now we know that's covered.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm not seeing anything in the PHP that's worth looking at.
Not unless we do something redundant like Green Flame Blade.
But that's also damage.
Yeah.
True Strike?
We don't mess with True Strike.
Yeah. I mean, it's technically got a damage element in it, but I mean, you could. No, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. It's not. No. It's too duplicating what we already were looking at. So, the create bonfire.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's too much of the same. What did we do?
And Great Bonfire is already on.
We did shape,
water,
and we did create Umbriora, but create's a first versus produce flames a cantrip.
Yeah.
Give them dancing lights, though that's very Aurora.
That is Aurora.
Would a guidance work?
No, you could probably make an argument for it.
So Firebolt and guidance, or sorry, produce flames and guidance.
Produce flames and guidance. I could see that argument being made. Who gets produce flames?
Druids, I think.
Really? Oh, it was on their first level spell. It's not their cantrips. That's why I wasn't finding it.
Produces, yeah, only druids. Huh. You know what? Take it away from me. I don't care. I got it on my druid list, baby.
Okay. there's actually not a ton of overlap between Produce Flame and Control Flame.
There isn't, but the worry is that if they have Produce Flame and then Firehearts have Produce Flame, that's that kind of like doubling up, which I think up until now we have avoided on everything.
Yeah.
Unless Angels have Light or Sacred Flame.
They have Light.
Angels have Light.
See?
And that is another one that we could...
Then I wonder,
what if
we give resistance to
I mean, Light's
Aurora?
Just pretty basic, though. It's...
Yeah.
We're only
what
talking
if we do
cantrips.
resistance
I'm
instead
not
of light?
too worried about the cantrips duplicating.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah.
just because... Yeah,
No,
you get something that you don't... You get something twice if you choose to be a patron race and make a pact.
And that might be a case-by-case basis talk with the DM, too.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of times you talk to your DM and you go and say, hey, can I replace this one on here? You know, the race gets this, so can I have something else that I get? And, I mean,
almost
my table, I'm not going to have a problem with it. Let's find something else to put in there. But the likelihood that you are going to be a patron race also playing a Pact Warlock with your god in the grand scheme of things is... We're getting pretty minute likelihood here.
And I think just keep Produce Flame and Firebolt.
Why was Control Flames not wanted?
Because Produce Flame does it better.
My thought was Produce
doesn't.
Flame makes fire, Control Flame augments, changes, snuffs out, but the fire has to be there to begin with.
Why don't we just put both? Why can't we do both of them?
Control Flames and Produce Flames?
Could. I guess that was the thing that AJ started setting down on the whole let's not conflict with the patron races, that I just went and said, nah, no, we don't need to worry about
Give
that.
Fireheart's Firebolt. Give Fireheart's Firebolt.
I mean, I really like the idea of Firebolt just because it is a very good, you know, it's the only D10 dealing long range. I mean, it's other than Eldritch Blast, it's the longest range cantrip that levels.
Well, you know, actually that makes a good case against doing Firebolt, because you're already getting Eldritch, probably almost
That's true.
taking Eldritch
you are
Blast
in the only class
D10.
that gets Eldritch Blast, so...
So,
and we've always went with the Eldritch
Flames.
Blast being flavored, could be flavored in the...
well, if we have
could
time,
be.
I would like to talk through those rest of the Eldritch Invocations really quick too.
Oh.
Okay, so
AJ, I don't know if we're here for that.
Settle the...
Yes.
Control
yes.
and Produce for the two
Control Flame,
cantrips.
Produce Flame. Are we okay with that?
Control Flamer. Jeez. Good, great. Okay, Control Flame, Produce Flame, and the Meteors win out, I guess?
I'm okay with that.
Well,
A Chardalon
Or
Stride
no,
is
or did
cool
we
as heck.
do the
Chardalon
Chardalon
Stride.
Stride? Is that...
The Chardalon Stride.
Yeah.
I gotta look up how to spell
There-
that one here.
ASHARDALON.
Hopefully you know how to spell stride.
Yeah, STDR. Right?
STDR.
Alright, so... We've effectively made this the entire show. It took a long time to go through those spell lists.
Did. We might be able to pair up the your subclass with the arrows next time, anyways.
Okay.
AJ.
Oh, it's okay.
All right. Looking at the rest of the Celestial Warlock.
Mhm.
Healing Light stays, leave it alone, right?
Mhm.
Radiant Soul would change to matching the damage type.
This distortion will replace radiant damage with cold damage or fire damage or
Whatever it is, yeah. Celestial Resilience, leave it alone.
Okay, so that's the first one that maybe we could have a discussion about. Like, I think it's okay to leave that one alone, but that's the one you could make an argument about.
Celestial Resistance? I think that makes
No.
sense. Which one are you looking at?
The level 10s, Celestial Resistance.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to be able to give temp HP
Honestly,
to yourself and to others.
I'd look at leaving the other two just with the change in the damage types on the top level one. Get rid of Radiant
Really?
and move it to the rest and just leave them alone. We flavored it with the different spell lists and the different damage
The only
types.
thing we discuss is that perhaps for Searing Vengeance, because you burst back to your feet, restore your hit points, takes the damage and is blinded. Because like a burst of light, blinded. So we discussed maybe changing the status condition for the gods, for each god as well.
All right.
So the Aurora stays as blinded.
And I think you'd put Infernus in the same category.
I think Infernus would also be blinded.
Yeah.
Would Zephora be deafened? Maybe? There's like a burst of like sound? Like a burst of thunder damage?
I was thinking Zephora and Briora could both be knocked prone. But
Knocked
that isn't...
prone.
Yeah. And then you would save Datus and Noctalis could be blinded.
No,
I'd lean against the knocked prone.
Sorry,
just-
no,
Aurora,
that doesn't
so-
work. Yeah, no.
I would lean against the knocked prone just because it's remedied by
It's
half
not
your movement
comparable.
speed, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Let me look at the conditions real quick.
Yeah, what conditions are kind of equivalent to...
Well, Zephora would be easy to go in the deafened
Yeah.
with the thunder damage.
Mm-hmm. Like grappled is usually, or grappled / restrained is kind of for one turn. Yeah, because it says till the end of the current turn, right? So like grappled or restrained would be.
I think you could probably do restrained with the cold with Briora.
And then do poisoned with Datus?
You could also do restrained as like being like vines or something, like grabbing onto them as you burst forth.
Burst forth of vines that drip acid and deals the damage to everybody plus restrains them.
So Datus and Briora are both restrained?
Okay, and what about
Then at least
frightened?
Noctalis.
Frightened?
Asleep.
That's too powerful.
Lose consciousness for a turn.
This is what you wanted. You said.
I think the other one that's sort of on the same power level is frightened.
The only other thing would be we do 2 restrained, 2 blinded. Do you make an argument for deafened in that your ears rot away from the necrotic damage? I mean, it's gory, but it's... I had thought about it for the acid, too, that you could go deafened It's so that you have a 2/2/2.
That's
Yeah,
that
that's
would
what I
be
was thinking.
preferred.
What effects does Deafened apply on you though?
Oh, actually, you know what? Noctalis with Deafened, he is the god of silence. So I think going Deafened would work. Yeah, if you want to look up what the actual wording on the condition is.
Because blinded gives disadvantage on your attacks and advantage on attacks against you, and so does restrained.
A deafened creature can't hear and automatically fails any ability check that requires hearing. That's it.
It's pretty limited.
Okay.
It is.
Then maybe we change Deafened to Frightened. Maybe Zephora and Noctalis are frightened. They're frightened till the end of the turn.
So blinded, restrained. What about stunned?
Stunned is also very powerful.
Yeah,
Can't take
as
actions
long
or
as
reactions. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Frightened is far more on the category of blinded than like stunned would be.
Yeah.
Just make them all. What is it? Petrified.
And I think restrained isn't the same.
Yeah.
Petrified's a long damn description to read.
It
It
is.
is.
So
Because-
frightened.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the only other one that really fits into the same balance.
Okay. So do we
Not
we say we
frightened.
want Zephora to be frightened? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Noctalis and Zephora could be frightened. I feel like that's reasonable.
The winds.
Yeah.
The winds and the thunder scare the crap out of you. You crap your drawers,
Yeah.
and you can no longer you have disadvantage on all your saves because
Yeah, the only other thing would potentially being switching Zephora and Datus potentially, if we feel like that makes more sense. For Datus to be frightened and Zephora to be restrained.
Like,
no.
Datus is a lover, not a hater. Let's not get into how restrained fits with a lover because that's we don't want that. No, not that Greek god. We're not going down that room.
Oh my gosh.
You're the one that brought it up.
I just wanted
So
to save
Dionysus coded.
a little bit. Daedenols instead of Bacchanals. All right, I think we got that covered. Feel good? Everybody copacetic? Chat? No? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's going to be our 6 variations of Celestial Warlock.
All right. Okay. Out of the book 3 is around the corner. I do want to touch on the very, very tip of the arrow. Pun intended. So I'm gonna throw a page break in here.
Yeah.
Or something like that. All right. AJ, you've been such a nice, cooperative, helpful, providing great insight on the last section. As we reach over to your section of the evening.
Yeah.
That's right, folks. We're halfway done.
I think mine might go a little bit quicker. So I found a post on Reddit that was really helpful. That was about like arrow varieties and stuff by a user named like Brit Tommy. So shout out to them. But in terms of arrows, the biggest thing was what arrow types to have, and then secondarily what keeps them like equal across, because you would assume that they would be of the same kind of like rarity level. And it also means, can you tier them like you would a healing potion? So I went acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, thunder, because the transmuted spell meta magic names off those 6 types. And then from there, I added a few more conditional ones. But starting off with acid, all of them kind of have a base of 2d4 of that elemental damage, and then kind of a secondary effect.
Okay.
For the acid, it was a con save after, just a base 15, and then if not, they would suffer -2 penalty to their AC. The only thing is the condition of that, how long it would last, if it needs to be mended, if it needs to be fixed. So that's where I was at with that one.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's. It would have to just be have a duration, because that could see the exploit of that, of just like permanently, this person permanently has -2 AC until they go get something fixed. Well, I mean, then how many acid arrows do you get hit with until your armor just permanently breaks?
So a duration of like next attack?
End of your next turn,
I don't know.
which will allow you to be able to go try and hit them the next time. But you
End
can't
of next
stack
turn
them.
is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, end of the next term. Yeah.
And I like the -2 penalty better than just like a straight like advantage on the next attack. Is
Sure.
feels better.
I mean, the other option would be, because a lot of acid damage do this, would be the con save, or next turn take an additional X amount of acid damage.
I have a different one that has that kind of residual to it, and that's actually poison. Because rather than give the poison condition, which is, if we're being honest, horrible condition. It's so good, and then it gives like all disadvantage on things. So, I opted for the residual with poison. But that one's 2d4 poison damage. It's a con save, or take 1d4 poison damage at the beginning of each turn. The save can be repeated at the end of turns. It's a preventative measure to prevent, if you still have the condition, you're still taking that damage after you fail, but then you can kind of end it and not have to worry about it the next turn. So.
All right. I'm going to ask a question that is not addressed on anything you sent to me. So,
sure.
But this is... The lovely thing of what we have worked through so far has been being able to go and say, all right, first level spells, we just pick. Second level spells, we just pick from the list of second level spells. We're making magic items. Do we need to know what power level we're putting them on to know whether they're balanced within the power level?
I do have that.
And ammunition is a pain in the ass on that category, because
really is.
The DM's guide is horrible in the I'm sorry, it just is. The range of prices for magic items is just abysmal to work with. And the straight, let's just throw this all into a category, even though this is ammunition versus the weapon itself. And I've seen a lot of ranges in what you can put for costs on these types of things. Obviously, some of the inspiration for doing something like this was Baldur's Gate 3, with having these being readily available there. They're great. But where do you value them at? What are you thinking there?
So, silvering weapons is 100 gold, like base. So I thought about that for the 2d4. That's comparable to a healing potion, like a base healing potion. And of course, as you go up in rarity, you would kind of match the elevation in prices through like an uncommon into like a rare into very rare into legendary if you're getting those. Of course, I think more specific, like I know Baldur's Gate 3 does like the slaying arrows. I feel like those ones are pretty up there in terms of rarity.
Sure.
And so for these arrows, I was thinking not a full 100. I was thinking something along the range of like 50 to 75. Though, does that cost make them inaccessible?
Well, I think that's the main thing,
Yeah,
is that it's a one-time use item. And then I guess that's a decision point too. Is it a one-time use item, or if it survives, can you go retrieve it and reuse it again? And I think the easiest would be stick with the Baldur's Gate. It's a one-time use. It's gone.
One and done.
Which, if it's expended, allows you to decrease the value pretty easily.
Yes.
It's more in lines with a spell scroll type concept at that point.
Yes. Here's another thought though, because this is how it was kind of played in a campaign where one of my DMs was doing a lot of homebrew items, and I was playing an arcane archer.
Nice.
So he was doing some like extra like arrows and stuff for me. Was that a lot of the arrows they sold had charges, like you could shoot it a certain number of times, and then it would be expended. Like buy a shock arrow and it had 5 charges, and after you shot it does the damage, and if you can retrieve it, right, as long as you kill the thing and it doesn't run off with the arrow still embedded in it, then you can pull it out. But it has like a durability basically, and so you can shoot it however many times, and then after that it breaks or it runs out of energy.
Durability and charges is something I thought of for the subclass, because that's more of a specialization. But purchasing these like one-off arrows, I think that they should really be one and done, so that you can lower the cost. Because if you're not doing that, then automatically a lot of things are going to be more expensive. I mean, a potion of healing as is costs 50 gold base for the 2d4 plus 2. You're not talking about this only doing 2d4. You're talking about it doing base arrow damage plus this specialized kind of damage, and also the condition on top of it. So I'm almost thinking to push it closer to that like 60-75 range per arrow.
For like a one in use done thing?
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about, if you're tiering it against potions, the next grade up would be 4d4 damage. And while in the beginning it seems like, oh, these only last once, towards the higher tiers, whenever you get to those ones that are doing, 10d4, it's really powerful to have charges on it. Whereas the subclass, the Spell Fletcher, would be able to go ahead and sustain charges of something, and therefore there's an impetus to have something like that. They're functionally something like an Artificer Ranger, and that they can imbue spells and things like that. And those have...
No, I mean... Yeah, for sure. And I don't want to be stepping on the toes of that.
No, you're good.
But I'm just like at a price of $70 to $75 an arrow. As a player, I'm not sure I would ever invest in buying them.
So do you think a price more aligned like 50 or even less?
Yeah, like because like 50 damage for a one-off thing, and that's just me personally as a player, right? This is a sample size of one person. But for like consumable things like that.
Okay, maybe one of you guys can...
I'm not...
Oh, wait, never mind. I found it.
Oh.
Never mind me.
Okay.
I was just looking at the rarity, just as a comparable. Let's look at a spell scroll.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm correct on this, cantrip and first level spell scrolls are common magic items, correct?
Yes.
Which puts them at 50 to 100 gold pieces. So, taking away that there's a value to the arrows to begin with and their base damage that they do. But
Which is nigh negligible.
Yeah, because you're buying a case of 20 for, what, next to nothing?
Like a silver, yeah.
I do think that it should sit within a threshold, though. I mean, most things do, because you can scale up or down depending on what city you're in. Purchasing, is it inflated prices? Are you getting a good deal? Like that kind of thing.
It's 20 for a gold. So
20 for, yeah.
1 gold gets you 20 base arrows that deal, based off the bow, 1d6, 1d8, one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything that's changing that base damage. We're just talking about the tack on top of that.
Yes.
If it is a one-time use, let's just look at these. Okay, we're looking at 2d4 was down the board. So a little bit better than a d8. When there's cantrip spells that do d8s and d10s.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to use, this is just my own personal preference, Discerning Merchant's Price Guide. You guys can find that on DM's Guild. If somebody wants to look it up and throw it on the chat, that would be great. But by Dave Eisinger and Faerun Labs. Anyway, they have cantrip spell scrolls at being 15 gold pieces. First levels at 25. They have +1 ammunition, which is technically an uncommon magic item for 1 under, which is ridiculous, but under the DM's guide, +1 is going to get you into your lovely 100 to 500 gold pieces just to get +1 on the attack, +1 on the damage. Crazy. That one's just not even in the realm of things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and which is...
But these guys put it at 50.
Wanting to be a little bit more...
So, I don't know where you fall in that range, but I think you probably are sub 100 on the damage.
Yeah.
Now, you're talking on each of these, this is just to the individual other than the lightning one?
Yes, the lightning one pierces through.
That's the only one, though, that does damage to anybody else.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Out of the elemental arrows.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I would maybe say the DC goes down a little bit.
That's the other part of it, is it's modular in the sense that you can tier the damage and also you can tier the save. Because if we want to make them cheaper, I think the save should be like a DC 10. 2d4, DC 10. I mean, and then if you're looking at...
It's 13 on a cantrip spell scroll.
Oh, yeah. Well.
So I think you could do 13.
13?
Okay. As your base.
Yeah.
I'd also like to say, like the cold arrow and the lightning arrow have a huge disparity in power.
And that's across, I mean, even looking at Baldur's Gate 3, there are arrows that are within that realm that are tiered differently in terms of rarity. Sure. Like you have your classic, like acid, fire, ice, lightning. Those ones are common, but then you start getting into like uncommons and things like that when they have a more specific effect. So easily these could be shifted in and up, or up and down in tiers. But I think that you said it was 15 for common, 25 for uncommon, 50 for rare in terms of the spell scrolls and the
15 for cantrip, 25 for first level, 150 for second level.
150. Oh shoot. Yeah.
Spell scrolls start going
that's
up pretty quick. Because
okay.
you're going from common to uncommon magic items, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
So true. Okay.
I will second I like the idea of keeping it as one-time use. No retrieving, no recharging. Simply because it's just
Okay.
one less thing to track. And so I do like the idea of keeping them cheaper if that's where we're at.
Then I would like to pose the player experience of I spent 75 gold to buy this arrow, and I shot. I got a 3 on my dice, and it hit the ground, and there went my 75 gold.
So a mechanic for breaking, almost like the smite spells, where it's like it's still up even if you miss, because it's on a hit.
Yeah, because like one-time use things like potions, like you're guaranteed to get something out of them when you drink them. There's not any
Fair.
chance of them
Mm-hmm.
messing up. But like if you miss your attack on this one-time use thing that costs you not an insignificant amount of money, you're just out of luck.
I think that's the part where I like comparing it to spell scrolls better than the others, just because it's the exact same thing. You're either doing a spell save on the other, or you're doing an attack roll on the other.
So I wonder if using those spell scroll values, that the price of the arrows goes to something akin to like 15 with the 13 base DC, and then they tier up 25 for like the 15 DC, and then honestly, at a second level, are you upping the damage and upping the DC, or is it just one or the other?
Well, out of simplicity, just throwing out there as an option, what about merging the two and basically having an arrow that delivers a specific spell? And so if you basically tack a cantrip onto the arrow, that this arrow is enchanted with this cantrip that's going to go off, that if you hit your target, it's going to go off and it does whatever that effect is.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that effect has a secondary save that goes with it on top of an attack roll, that you get this effect. So let's say look at something like Acid Splash as an easy one to look at for a cantrip for acid damage.
Mm-hmm.
What's our damage? What's the wording on Acid Splash? Somebody want to find that quick?
Acid Splash.
I think it's 1d6 damage.
It's 1d6, and then it tiers upwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure how I feel about that. How about there being like spell arrows.
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, you could use the spell, or you could just use this. This is what's considered the equivalent equal level of a cantrip that's tacked on top. And so if acid is 1d6 plus whatever effects that go with the Acid Splash, versus Firebolt is over here, but we don't have the ranges. The ranges are gone because we're going off the arrow range.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be managed as a subclass, because there's so much that goes into the specifics of like spell imbuement. Not to say that there aren't, I mean, reasonably so, there would be people of that persuasion who merchant rather than like adventure or things like that. But I feel like it would be very specialized, almost on par with like Verelia.
I was just mostly looking for your balance end. That, you know, if you say, if a cantrip is 1d6 acid damage, 2d4 is better by two dice levels. You're skipping 1d8 and going to 2d4.
Yes. Oh, I very intentionally
Oh,
put the
So
2d4 rather than 1d6.
damage level has gone up, so where do you put that 2d4 acid damage in comparison to, well, if you had cast Acid Splash as a spell scroll, if that's 15 gold pieces, an arrow that does 1d8 on top and then gets to apply this effect on top of that, effectively,
more
in this case,
expensive.
is dealing double damage, including dealing acid damage on top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot
right.
off one roll. I mean, you basically have made a
Well-
double attack into one roll. That's quite a bit additional. Not to mention, you're doing more than just a cantrip on top of it. You're doing a buffed version. I'd like the consistency of keeping the same damage amounts across the board, but I think there's probably something. What's a simple way we can apply it so that it can go and say, acid arrows cost the same as gold, or or cold damage, or do you vary them all?
That's the thing, because
well,
Conrad pointed out that there are two arrows that have a disparity between them. So therefore, that number can be changed in order to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
fix
and
that.
I think
the secondary effect is a whole nother angle of that, is to, if you're getting this effect's worth a hell of a lot more than this effect.
I think what I like there being the consistent amount of damage for each one. I think what the debate what I would personally do is just go through the effects and go through that list and try to make the effects all equivalent.
I would like to do
And
that.
modify those.
I have gone through 2 of them so far, so I would like to do that.
No, I'm all on board with that. My main thing is addressing the Conrad's comment
Cost.
about if it's going to be a one-time use, which I do still like to stick with the one-time use, it's got to be cheap enough that you're not throwing away. I just threw 50 gold on the ground by shooting this and missing.
Mm-hmm.
So there's got to be at least enough discount to it that encourages the use. But if it's too cheap and does way too much damage, everybody's going to want to be an archer, because if I can deal 3d6 damage every round as a martial, or every attack as a martial, instead of 1d12 with my axe that I already had, I'm staying in range and just plinking through these arrows.
So how do we feel about something?
Is we're doing.
Oh,
So
go.
are we? How do we feel about a price of 20 gold an arrow? That's in between the cantrip and first level spells.
I was thinking if you went to the 25.
That's where I was at. 25, like,
Yeah, but
literally
then you made we weren't putting anything tacked on top that was more powerful than a cantrip.
Yeah.
If these values need to change at all, the rarity aspect and the cost associated with those is something definitely to talk about, because in the game, like, that's what's going to be important if we're going shopping and things like that.
Yeah.
And then also making sure that, like you were saying, Conrad, after they hit, what are the effects? Are they kind of even throughout? If we come up with these tiers, we can go through the effects and not only put them in different tiers if they belong in different tiers, but then we can also make sure that, like, we're moving them, scaling them up and down. I like 25 for the 13 base DC, and then 35 for the second kind of tier up.
Yeah, I don't think we should mess with just the base DC. I think the next level up should just be the 100 or whatever the higher cost was, and that'll increase the damage and the DC.
Okay, so don't even bother with an intermediary. Just go from.
No.
Oh, is that steep of a cost increase? Reasonable.
I don't think just it shouldn't be that close. It shouldn't be just like up 10 more gold for the DC to go up.
So
if we're gonna put an
25 to
intermediary,
100.
we have to decide where the level 2 is and actually put it in the middle.
Okay.
But unless you're planning on 45 being the increased damage as well. which I don't think so. I didn't
Mm,
think that's where we're going.
no, it's with the division of DCs and damage. I like the idea of sticking them together. So if we cut out 13 base DC with 2d4, and then we go up to something like a 15 DC with
2d6.
With 2d6. Oh, so you want to increase
Yeah.
dice size?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And the next level up would be like an 18 or 17 or 18, whatever, and then 2d8.
Hmm. And dare I not look into poisons, because that's what this conversation is feeling more like.
Yeah.
It and
Also that.
poisons are so convoluted in 5e.
Yes, they are.
There's 20 different types. It's crazy.
And poisons has their specific mechanics that go with it. That's a whole nother mess that most people don't even touch because it's such a pain in the ass. I only use it in Baldur's Gate because sometimes I have a bonus action and nothing else to do.
Hey, so 13 base DC 2d4, 15 DC 2d6, 17 DC 2d8.
Yeah.
Now, my only worry with that is the fact that you can still roll a 1.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that you roll any higher with 17 DC and 2d8 than you would with 13 DC and a 2d4. So would it be worth it to increase?
Is the second level also a +1, and is the third level also a +2 arrow?
Oof.
That's what I was. I mean,
the only thing you run into there is where you're doing the +1 ammunition and stuff like that. Well, how do you compare it to +1 ammunition? Because the cheapest I have found anybody suggesting +1 ammunition is 50. And I've found quite a few places that are 100 apiece. Because it is technically an uncommon magic item.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were thinking... I mean, what were you thinking for the price for the second level? For the second tier?
Me?
Either of you.
I guess I'm still wrapping my head around the first tier as to whether we got a good base for what that first tier is. AJ's writing notes down, but I'm not getting them put down as secretary. I'm failing over here in my secretarial duties.
So do we want to, before we continue, try to equalize the effects of the arrows?
I think we either need to equalize them or put them into different categories. And I
think we should equalize them. These
are the ones that are going to be the base, cheapest ones we got available.
Okay.
And like looking at Acid Splash, well, Acid Splash gets multiple targets, so it's not a very good comparison. I think your Firebolt's probably a good example of being something that's, because long range I think kind of fits because you're already shooting at your arrow base. So if 2d4 would seem to be, I mean, that's a little bit weaker than 1d10.
But therefore it should be cheaper than 1d10.
Well, but we're tacking it on to your dex-based fighter that is firing an arrow to begin with.
And I am also thinking about sharpshooter and things like that. Or if you make a crit and every single dice roll is doubled, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's no way to control that because you're declaring you're using this arrow before you make the attack. Usually, it's how that's played.
If you hit it just right, you hit it just right. It is what it is.
But that's also with sharpshooter, the worry is that then that's really when the conversation of, is this going to be a one-time use thing? Because if you're calling something like that and you're taking a penalty to your attack, do you get to keep it afterwards, or is that built into the penalty that you took?
I think at that point the player just has to make that decision of, I'm using my special expensive arrow. Maybe I don't take the sharpshooter penalty on this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'll go through these, and we can try to equivocate some of the saves and things.
I like the acid one. I like the -2 AC till the end of your next turn. I think that's cool.
So with cold, that one's minus 10 feet to movement speed. I think it's also fair to say duration
Until the end of your next turn.
End of next turn. Yeah.
Okay. Do we feel like that's equivalent to -2 to your to the opponent's AC?
Since you're technically using it only once,
You're affecting
No.
1 turn of movement. I'd say
Could I
that the
suggest maybe
movement's
instead of
weaker
-10?
in my mind.
Could I suggest halving their movement speed until the end of your next turn?
I think that's fair. Because I think combined with something like knocked prone is very problematic. Because then you can only get up and you can't move. Cool. So half movement.
Silver, what's your thought on that? On doing halving their movement speed.
Yeah, I like
for
that
the cold
better than
damage.
the -10.
Because then that still affects something, the monster with 60 feet of movement speed. That
Yeah.
still
And
affects
it's only
the
1 turn. You're
minus 10.
taking one of their movements. Versus -2
Exactly.
to AC is, if everybody decides to just gang up on this guy, that -2 to the AC could be huge.
Okay,
you know.
do you think we should reduce that then? Should it be a -1 to their AC?
You're spending money comparable to spells. I feel like a -2 is fair. Because there are higher spells that up to 5 AC, like higher with shields and things like that, and that's first level.
That's fair. Like the boost AC. Okay, sure.
Yeah, just doing as the inverse. Yeah, I think that's good. Are we looking at the DC 13? Is that what we talked about that a while ago?
DC
So
13.
DCX.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay,
honestly.
so yeah, so acid DC 13, 2d4 acid. That's if you hit the 2d4.
Mhm.
Then a DC 13 on whether you get the additional effect of the -2 until the end of your next turn. Cold,
Yes,
2d4,
yes.
tact, DC 13, con save on, or your movement speed is halved. So, fire.
Yes. This one, we
Yes.
need to clarify a radius, which I think it makes sense to do a 5-foot radius of non-worn, non-carried, but you could also do it specifically on that individual. So,
Well, then how do you handle, is that doing damage to them every turn?
I guess I
It's
would counter that the starting the clothes on fire is maybe, and the maybe you do splash damage here. Give a dex save for everybody within 5 feet, or everybody within. I think I like 5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone within 5 feet.
It does a DC 13
Takes
dex
an
save,
additional
or
1d4.
takes
1d4 damage.
1d4 or 1d6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
yeah.
you do the full 2d4. I think that's too much.
No.
Yes. So I did 1d4 on some of the effects. I did 2d6 on some of the others. Some of them are real nasty on the saves, which is
I
that
think
was kind of
2d6
built
is
into
too
the
much.
cost. That's fair.
Yeah. For
so-
the level 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2d4 fire damage,
and
and
DC
DC
13 dex save.
dex save in a 5-foot radius, or take an additional 1d4 fire damage.
Which isn't a lot.
No.
But if you think about, like, bursting arrow.
But what you're
for,
accomplishing for your one arrow is... Oh,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
use the hell out of those Baldur's Gate arrows, because if you don't have somebody in combat with those people and you can just shoot those away, just area of effect is huge.
Now, the reason why I had the 2d6 originally is because I did not think that any of those additional damages would increase. with the rarity. It would only be the DCs or the damage, the initial kind of like elemental damage.
I think the increased damage should also increase with their DCs probably.
Okay. So then do we just want to format it as D4s so that matches the same tiering?
We could.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Splash 1d4 on this one.
Mm-hmm. So it's 2d4 fire damage and a DC 13 dex save, or creatures in...
Then 5 feet take 1d4 fire damage.
Yep.
Alright. So lightning.
Yes. This is the most powerful out of all of them.
I mean, I think the lightning could still be... Like, I like the idea, just change the damage to 1d4 to match the fire damage.
I agree. Yeah.
Just do the 10-foot line instead of the 5-foot radius and change it to 1d4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm cool with that.
I also think that I am a big proponent of firing off strategically. And I like giving somebody the option to pierce through. Because there are things like piercing arrows that just further pierce through. But I think that aligning it with one of the elemental arrows makes maybe a little bit more sense. Especially because lightning bolt does just that in a 100-foot line.
Yeah. Okay, now we come to poison and fire.
Yes. So poison is, we're back to con saves, and then it's the poison damage at the beginning of each turn with the save can be repeated. Does that feel too much acidy and it should be something else instead?
I honestly lean towards not doing the poison arrow at all, because you have the ability to put poison on an arrow and use that.
Yes.
That's already there. Do we need to invent a new one? Plus, then you have all that variety of you can do all those stupid different poisons if you really want to. Somebody's getting a lore document with a new poison in it, so I'm just throwing that out there.
Ooh. Oh, well then, yeah, get rid of poison. I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah, I think if you're not going to do the poison condition as part of it, which I completely understand not doing that.
Yeah.
But just leave it as being use the poison mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. I think yeah, we brought it up already. There are poisons you can apply to arrows already. So
that's
okay. So do we want to go down the rabbit hole and come up with something for which ones are missing, like radiant, necrotic, psychic?
I have a little bit of that in specialty arrows that I created. Okay. The burrowing and befuddling. More so the befuddling one. But yeah, that one's more so psychic-y.
I think you could probably... I could see doing maybe radiant, but at the same, and then doing like blinded till end of next turn. But I don't know if that's on the same wavelength as everything else that we've been looking at. I think that's maybe something that goes into the next level of arrows. I
specifically held off on radiant and then as a result necrotic as well, because necrotic, if you're talking about imbuing an arrow with that, necrosis is poison. So, and we've already crossed out poison. If you're talking about divine arrows, like that's between you and your patron, your deity. I think being able to purchase them, like if you want to put holy water on an arrow and then fire it at some sort of fiend, go and get your stuff. But I feel like that might be apart from just these would be on a cycle in like a shopkeep's inventory.
Yeah. Acid, cold, fire. Do we want to create a force arrow?
Yeah, I think I think acid, cold, fire, lightning. Let's figure out the thunder, and I think you probably that's good for your common level.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had some alternative ideas for this one. So it's 2d4 thunder and a con save, or take 1d4 thunder damage. You're pushed back 5 feet and fall prone. Loose objects are pushed 5 feet away. I was thinking that maybe we could have it be a strength save instead, because we have a lot of con and a lot of dex. Strength makes sense.
Yeah, strength save or be pushed back.
For the pushed back, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Takes 1d4 thunder damage and is pushed back 5 feet.
Yeah. So what I'm recommending is everybody buy thunder arrows and cold arrows. Hit them with a cold arrow, half their movement speed, then hit them with a thunder arrow. They're knocked prone, and that's all they can do for their movement. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't think we should include push back 5 feet and fall prone. I think it might be just push back 5 feet.
Okay.
You're talking about splash with this one, then, right?
I did. Yeah, because this is functionally like Thunder Wave.
I would think it would be in the fire run it the same as the fire one, but we're doing strength instead of dex, and of course fire versus thunder.
Well, then in that case, thunder is just objectively better because you're dealing damage and you're pushing them back.
Yeah.
So let's keep it isolated then in that case, because then we can keep the push.
So do you do the additional thunder damage, or do you just do the effect?
Oh, strength save for all creatures. And then Okay. If you take the damage off, then maybe you could argue keeping the pushed 5 feet and prone.
Yes. Wait.
If you do it as knocked prone, it's the equivalent of the cold arrow. Because their movement is now half to stand back up, other than they're actually on the ground. So, it's better than the cold, slightly.
Okay. What if it's strength save or all creatures are pushed back 10 feet? You take out the damage?
I'm wondering if we keep it isolated, because at the same time, this is also a strength save. So if it's 2d4 thunder damage, a DC 13 strength save, or you're pushed back 5 feet. Because I think that it could be used to really play the chessboard that is D&D 5e combat a lot of the time. And that's what I was thinking, was this one's ironically more utility than anything. If we eliminate the splash, it's just 2d4, 13 strength from the individual, or they're pushed back 5 feet.
Then if it's just if you're eliminating the damage and going to one person,
it limits the use on the strategy, but it makes it an interesting strategy element of, do you shoot a target that can technically push your own people back without prompting an opportunity attack?
So I think if we're, is the consensus remove the damage, remove the extra 1d4 thunder damage?
Yes,
I think so.
Okay,
but keep it a splash push back.
So then, what we come to is do the splash and have it then be pushed back 5 feet, or do a single target and have them push back 10 feet.
I guess in my mind, just flavor-wise, I like the concept of you hit somebody with a boom, they take damage as the source of that boom, and everybody around them gets knocked away from the wave that comes off of it, rather than that individual being boxing gloved back. But I do like either one is cool. I mean, I don't think there's a wrong way to do it.
So 2d4 thunder and a DC 13 strength save, or creatures within a 5-foot radius are pushed back 5 feet.
Yes. Okay. So when is that going to be useful? So you're shooting an enemy to do the extra damage. Who is going to be the people around the enemy? Are you separating an enemy group so that they're not as bunched up, or are you pushing your allies away from this enemy?
I think you're pushing the enemies into your allies.
Potentially, it can go both ways. Yeah, you could be pushing your allies away from the enemy.
You're hitting isn't moving at all.
If there's more than one enemy there, though.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying that I'm thinking that the sight of the arrow is the impetus to push 5 feet back. So anybody within that 5-foot radius sphere, including the person you're aiming at, like they could also get pushed back. But you're saying that it's just the people around in a 5-foot radius.
I think you could do either.
See, like what I was picturing was like they hit the, like there's the person there and they get hit and everyone around them gets pushed back 5 feet and like around. But you're saying this person, everyone around them gets pushed back linearly 5 feet.
Yeah, because how would the person behind the one that you aimed at get pushed back then? Because their body would be taking all of the force.
Yeah,
so I almost wonder if it's a 5-foot radius out from the sight of the arrow, which the person who gets hit, they're moving. And then it's everybody else gets pushed away. Rather than a tailwind pushing them all one direction.
Yeah, I thought it would be radiate out from the target.
From the...
Yeah.
The person you've hit, everybody within 5 feet of that gets pushed away from that target.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. My thought was it would move the target.
The boom goes off on this guy, and everybody around him gets pushed back from... Even whether it's the concussive force pushes them back or the reeling away from what the hell was that next to me, pulling yourself back, staggering away type deal.
Yeah.
I mean, with the strength save, you're kind of implying that it is the concussive force is pushing you back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so then... Okay. So, the way that I see this being used the most is to disengage your allies from enemies.
Shooting it at your own people?
In which case, your
you shoot at the enemy, but it pushes your guys back away from him.
Oh,
without an opportunity attack.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Which, in theory, could you choose to fail the save?
That's what I'm saying, is that this is going to be used, feels like it's going to be used most often to disengage your allies, in which case they would always willingly fail the save.
Yeah.
I feel like every single time you have the opportunity for a save, you can opt to fail it, right? As long as you know the effect is there.
So at that point, I feel like we're running into a problem. Now this is being used. Now this is what now the think of the arrow reading as it does 2d4 thunder damage. All allies within 5 feet of this creature may disengage. Is kind of what that's saying.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, you can choose to fail it to go out, but you can't choose to not fail it.
Yeah. In which case, then it's going to be a detriment that if you get pushed away and then the enemy has gotten a free disengage and they might try to run.
So do we make it that it's 2d4 thunder and a DC strength save, or creatures in a 5-foot radius are knocked prone? No, because that's also abusable, because you're catching like upwards of 8 creatures.
Well, we were avoiding the knocked prone, I think, just
power
because
creep on
of
the
how
damage.
susceptible you are to getting your crap kicked out of you.
When you're knocked
that's
prone,
a really
yeah.
powerful for a turn to be knocked prone. If you're in the wrong turn order, you may be dead by the next turn, especially with a common magic item that might be accessible at level 2 or level 3.
So 2d4 thunder, a DC 13 strength save, or...
I still like the
It's
pushback
cool. It's a
5 feet.
cool
I think
idea.
it's very limited. I think, yeah, you definitely could be using it to battlefield control to bounce your people out, but I think you can also, depending on the situation, be bumping enemies around the board.
Yes.
I see the possible abuse in it, and I think I align with Conrad in that taking preventative measures as much as possible.
Perhaps this one is just a single target. The target you shoot gets pushed back 10 feet. Because that still does the battlefield control. You're still moving your enemies around.
It's not quite half movement speed. It's
not quite
can
half
set
movement
up.
speed.
Yeah. How does
And
that feel?
it could still, if we still want to try to use that to push the enemy away so that your allies are no longer within 5 feet of them, you could still try to do that. I mean, then that still has the opportunity of you're trying to push the enemy off a cliff or into a harmful area of effect.
That aligns more with Thunderwave. Because
Yeah.
what we're doing is functionally we're separating the idea of Thunderwave into, is it the target or is it the people around? Because Thunderwave takes the guesswork out of it. You are the target.
You're the target.
You are,
You're the center.
Yeah.
You're the center.
You're the center. Yeah.
So
But
is it going to affect? No, you go.
No. Finish what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That was sometimes I just end on you're good. You can go.
Oh. I was just saying, yeah, because this is just so different because you're picking an enemy as the center of the effect instead of you being the center of the effect.
I like 2d4 thunder and a DC 13 string save where the creature is pushed back 10 feet. Silver, I know you said that you like the splash damage, so is there a happy medium?
Well, I guess I'm looking for the... What abuse do you see being used in burning 25 gold every time you shoot this thing? Compared to...
That's true.
This is an expendable. This isn't a spell. This isn't something that you recoup every day. It's something that's going to go away and you're going to burn it.
Yeah.
I think we addressed the AC one on the acid pretty well as to being there's no way to stack it unless you got multiple people shooting them.
True.
Yeah.
In this case, it's like, yeah, you can spring your people for that escape if they don't get to choose. They get to choose to leave, but they don't get to choose to stay. They have to make the save to stay.
Yeah. Well,
and we could
yes.
basically just address the wording as being it is not you can't choose to fail it.
Well, okay. I think I didn't communicate my feelings. I did a bad job of communicating. But because you can use the one where you push the enemy back 10 feet. Which also help your allies disengage.
True.
I think in the end. Oh, you go.
But what I was saying is, what other utility does having that shockwave on an enemy have? What other uses would you have for it?
Now I'm thinking of the abuse of the 10 feet movement, and what I can see there is, what if you shoot them off the edge of something, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that
there are a lot of effects that push a single target back 10 feet.
Oh, sure.
There are, but I do think that. Thank you for bringing up the price aspect of it. So it is an expendable resource. I think going the route of the others around pushed. This is a very polarizing arrow, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the 5 feet, it's a situational. It could be a boon. It could screw you. It can be. You're not going to use it all the time. Even for the 2d4 thunder damage, it's just. Well, what if I have 2 allies that are flanking this guy, and if I do the 5 feet, they might go off the cliff?
Well, yeah. What effects? What would the boon of pushing the people around them 5 feet be, other than just to push your allies away?
Setting
what
up.
What other utility would we have?
If you push them into somebody who has, apologies, I'm gonna meta game. If you shoot them and you push them back into somebody who has Sentinel, then the moment that they move, you get to take an opportunity attack and you get to cancel their movement speed.
Okay, but the person you're shooting isn't moving. It's the people
No,
around them.
you're shooting it. Yeah, you're shooting it at the base. Well, you're shooting it into somebody. The other people are pushed around, and so those people could be pushed tactically into somebody who could therefore go ahead and prevent them from moving away. Because in order for
Okay.
them to get back in with whoever they were going after, then they would have to move in. It's as much a let's push our allies away as push enemies off of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I
And
see a
or
lot more
even
of
if your
that side.
initiative order could present, well, we'll use, for instance, we'll use our characters in Sybil Spear because, shout out to the Sybil Spear. Lonan shoots this arrow, and Zedri was in close combat because he got, or no, we'll pick on Alfred. He's not here. Alfred got stuck in close combat with people, and he didn't want to be there. This was not a green flame blade day. This was I need to be out of combat. And you can push him away, and Jofredir or Kiesel's on the next turn. There's now an open spot on the map to be able to get in between and protect their ally without having to have a Battlemaster bait and switch type mechanic to swap around. There's some great team usage there. But it's also very limited. There's a lot of times where you're going to use it, and you're just going to use it for the 2d4 damage and be done.
Yeah, and then that's what I'm worried about, is that all the other things are always useful. I mean, like...
Well, no, because if there's nobody else lined up on the lightning...
isn't always useful.
The splash and the lightning one, you have to have other enemies around, otherwise the other effect is worthless.
That's fair.
I think that also makes sense with just the elements in general of acid, cold, and fire seem a lot more functional than something like lightning or thunder. Because lightning
Honestly,
is
acid
situational.
is the only one that works all the time. Because lowering the AC is huge. Cold, if they're already in close combat, their movement speed is of no use.
Yeah.
I think you definitely have its... If you want to compare from one to the next, the Acid Arrow is the only one that is... It's the best buy, honestly. Every time you could use it, it would be useful to use it. Unless you take down an enemy with it, and now you lowered their AC, and they're on the ground in a heap already, so...
Yeah, or unless the enemy already has such a low AC that lowering it doesn't
it always helps.
That big of a difference.
I mean, that's the other part of this is also resistances. So if you fire at something that, I don't know, like a giant magma beast, you better not be using the fire arrows. So
yeah,
I think that also adds a layer on top, because a lot of the things that have lower ACs are creatures that are kind of a little bit more like bestial, but also oozes and things too, which those have a lot of innate resistances or even immunities. I think that I'm tending towards the side of it hits and creatures 5 feet out from that are pushed back.
Okay, I mean, sure.
Even though it's situational.
I think they all end up being pretty situational, with the exception of the acid.
Mm-hmm.
And although, Conrad, there is a point there too, as to if their AC is so low, what's the point? And I think that's just in general. If you see an enemy that's low, are you going to burn an arrow on it that's potentially going to lower its AC if it's going to die?
Yeah. Right, because a lot of these arrows, like a lot of things like the fire or lightning might be just you trying to finish a finisher. Like, I want to do the last bit of damage to just push me over the edge. And you're not going to want to do that for the acid arrow. That's going to be something you want to initiate at the beginning of the fight.
Yep.
Well, and the same thing, if the creature's running away, you're probably not going to want to fire your acid arrow at it. Because what if it escapes?
Yeah. That's cold arrow. That's all cold arrow there.
Exactly. That's where you would want to use the cold arrow.
That brings up a fair point, because I also think one of the problems with the poison or the thunder arrow as it stood was acid, cold, in Thunder were supposed to do something wherein there was like an effect, and then Fire, Lightning, and Poison were supposed to be more damage oriented.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're getting rid of Poison and we're getting rid of the damage of Thunder, now there's a deficit, I guess, because it's not evenly balanced. Well, that's why I have the Burrowing Arrow, which is the one I want the most help with, and I do have some ideas for it. And then also the Befuddling Arrow, which addresses a little bit what you were saying, and even leans slightly into the spell imbuement that I was looking at for the subclass.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you want one more, if you want one more arrow, we could choose another element and do another one that does an extra D4 damage.
I mean, if you really just want another one that does damage, we can use the base damage types too.
That's true.
You could have one that shrapnels out and everybody takes a splash effect that it's piercing or bludgeoning or something like that, just to add another one in there. But is it really doing anything different than what the Fire and Lightning do? No. It's just a different name. I mean, you'd get around if somebody's got resistance to fire or something like that, I guess, but...
Yeah.
Which is a fair amount of that out there, so... But if they got resistance to fire, there's a good chance. You're going to more often run into the people that have resistance to slashing, piercing, bludgeoning.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just... Because the damage type other than, the burst, the around, the 5-foot radius, and the line would be a cone.
Yeah.
Like a 5-foot cone.
Yeah.
Which is just a worse version of a 5-foot radius. A 10-foot cone is better than a 10-foot line.
Yes. Yeah.
What about...
So, if we wanted to put... Sorry, say that again?
I was just... What if you did, slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, one of the... Not probably piercing, but slashing or bludgeoning, so you got something different than what the arrow does. What if you weakened the front end bonus because it's kind of just duplicating on itself, but then increased it as being it's a 10-foot radius, hits more targets?
Yeah. Potentially.
A shrapnel arrow that does slashing damage to on a dex. Well, we'd also be looking at strength save to try and balance those out too.
Yeah.
So, is it worth it to go into the other two? Because I'm not necessarily sure if they sit within the same tier or not. The burrowing one, I have a lot of questions about.
So my thoughts are, if we could just leave it like we have now, and those are just the 5 base types, or we could try to add in a 6th type, and we increase the lightning from a 10-foot line to a 15-foot line, and leave the fire in the 5-foot radius, and then make a 10-foot cone as being whatever this last damage type is. Mm-hmm.
I did want to go over the burrowing one, only because that might fulfill the 6 slot as well as be something that's maybe comparable without necessarily being magical, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So that one's, as with the adjusted kind of numbers and everything, that one's 2d4 piercing, and then there's a secondary effect to it. I didn't know if I wanted to go the route of it's serrated and therefore you can't be healed, or if it would cause damage as you move. It's kind of like Booming Blade almost.
Interesting.
So either way, the arrow can be properly removed with a DC Wisdom save, which also fulfills something different because that's comparable to a medicine check to be able to take it out. And if you do it wrong, you would take another 2d4 damage, and it would be removed, but you would take that secondary damage. So I just don't know what. Either way, I feel like you would be willing to take an action to remove it. But the question is it better for you to not be able to be healed because it's like a magical piercing, or for it to just sit in a very important part to where you take that residual like D4 damage if you decide to move before taking it out?
I don't know. It does seem like a lot.
It is. I just have to pick a lane. But I have 2 lanes, at least.
Yeah.
And I guess before we get into it, like, does that even fulfill what we're lacking? Or
I'd say it probably doesn't like fill anything. I'm not saying I like the idea. I think it's a cool idea. I don't think it's necessarily something that really fits in with the other 5. But I'm not saying that it necessarily isn't something that could still fit in the common, though. I think the befuddling is definitely next level up.
yes, because it's a 4th level spell. That one's the one with it's 2d4 psychic, and then you have to take the wisdom save or be confused. So therefore, if it's the next tier, the DC would already be hit at a 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd say that befuddling is probably, let's not probably dive into uncommon level or the level up versions of these tonight. I think that's something we can come back and look at higher level ones and the more expensive ones and how we get, because we're gonna have to rectify the cost on that one too. So
yeah,
but I don't know, Conrad, thoughts on burrowing one fit into, want to address that as a common, or do you think that's something to move up?
So, I like the idea that it's just doing extra piercing damage. It's doing like 2d4 magical piercing damage on top.
Do you think just leaving it there and not having any secondary effect?
No, because I'm trying to because we have a con, a dex, and I'm trying to think of another strength save. Because strength save to pull, strength check would be to pull it out.
Yes,
So
and that's. I almost thought a wisdom check, like a nature check, but then I was like, if all of these are saves, make the most sense. I mean, shoot, if you get hit by an arrow that starts whispering at you, you're gonna make a wisdom save, dang it. So
yeah. So I think a strength check or something else.
Just a second, I'm writing down notes on things to do wisdom saves with.
No, yeah. I'm sure Chuck has plenty of magical arrows.
Okay, so hear me out. I know this is I like your idea, but it just doesn't go along with the format
others
that we have the rest of them at right now.
Sure.
What if it's, we talked about what would we do for extra damage? So we did the extra damage in an area, extra damage in a line. What if this one is just a strength save, or strength save to basically like flex, almost like strong enough to or they take 2d4 extra damage, and it's 2d4 damage just to a one target, versus the extra damage in an area or in a line to other people, to other enemies. It's just extra damage to the one target.
So you're saying 2d4 damage, a strength save to take it out, or you take another 2d4?
No, I don't think he's talking about the burrowing. Yeah. Just doing as another.
You're talking about making another.
Yeah.
You're talking about another elemental arrow that fits that same kind of.
But it would be a strength save for the single individual, or take 2d4 instead of the 1d4 that we did on the other 2 damage bonuses.
Yeah. It was kind of trying to make the burrowing arrow fit the other elemental arrows that we had.
because at the end of the day, we could just pop the burrowing arrows numbers up and then put it in the uncommon tier. Like, that's not
Yeah.
too much of a worry. If you're looking for something
I think-
strength based,
I think yes. I think if we want to keep the grasping arrow from effect of them continuing to take damage over time until they take an action to remove it. I feel like that should be in the uncommon tier.
okay. I mean, the other thing that you could do is something that has you could impose disadvantage on checks, but that would probably be like, I could only imagine that would be like intelligence based. So like something kind of like the befuddling arrow, but weaker, and imposing almost you could either do a penalty, so a flat number penalty, or you could give disadvantage on like your intelligence and intelligence save, or you have disadvantage on intelligence and wisdom saving throws.
Well, I think I'm not.
That's something totally different.
Yeah, because I think weren't we shooting for trying to round out the
you're
three
going for the
different
physical saves. Yes,
and
two
we were
for
trying
each
to
of
get
the
a
three.
third
Yes.
damage one to go with the 3 effect ones.
Yes, I was fulfilling something that we were not missing. I understand.
It's okay. It's still cool
definitely
ideas,
something
but
to-
add it
It's
to
a
your
cool
list.
idea. Keep it. Add it to your list of the
Magic arrows
uncommon
part
arrows.
2.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll if the strength part is the part that we kind of struggle with coming up with, you could make the cold one a strength save instead of a con save to make it breaking through the ice of this cold damage.
Yeah.
You've been encased and you strength save, so then we'd free up con save for this one, which I mean, we got
makes
rid
sense.
of
That makes more
poison,
sense.
but you could technically go back to poison and go con and just do it and do what you were talking about with it's just the single target and you take additional poison damage. You take 2d4 instead of 1d4. But it is basically just a poison arrow.
Yeah. I mean, or we could just do additional magical piercing damage, and just do like, because that's what arrows do already. So it would just increase the piercing damage even further.
Or you could go. We talked about necrotic. You could go necrotic.
Yeah.
You know
But
what?
if you go necrotic, I feel like you have to also have to do a radiant. Right?
I don't know. I don't
They
view
kinda
them as
compares.
being the opposites of each other, though. In my mind, at least, I don't view necrotic as being the opposite of radiant. Aside from the necrotic just in Witternacht being labeled as shadow, and that's our dark.
Yeah.
What we're using, but
Yeah, I always kind of pictured.
But honestly, we could do radiant instead of necrotic if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So radiant, I think, kind of suggested the idea of the blinded and stuff like that seemed like the fitting. I think a con save for necrotic or a con save. I liked our reason for getting rid of poison, so I'm just going to quit saying poison. I'm going to go just stick with the necrotic lane of if we want to do a con save, make cold a strength save, make a necrotic arrow that is basically an arrow of rot.
Yeah.
And that could be the thing that prevents you from what is the arrow in Baldur's Gate? It's like the Ilmater.
Ilmater, yeah.
Yeah. So that one prevents healing for a turn.
And that's all it does. No damage. It just prevents healing. It's kind of the weenie one to some degree. You got to be going up against somebody that heals, but there's a lot of those.
Yeah.
In that game.
I wonder if maybe that's the route to go then.
Could do a con save, but we were going for damage though. That was the goal, was to find another one that dealt additional damage.
Additional damage, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to.
You could do 2d4 necrotic
and
plus.
Then, we don't have to have 3 damage ones. They're all doing damage, let's be fair. They're all doing a ton of extra damage.
Yes. Well,
I kind of like the idea of one that prevents healing on a con save.
That would help to make burrowing more like Booming Blade, because that was where I was at. It was either it makes it difficult for you to heal, or on movement you get affected, which feels like equivalent to a spell, which would make sense for it to be higher in rarity. So I think something that maybe does 2d4 necrotic damage and you can't heal for until the end of your next turn, it gives us another duration of end of next turn.
So like a 2d4 necrotic and a DC 13 con save, or you cannot heal until end of next turn.
Yes.
End of Firer's next turn.
And therefore we make cold into strength, and then we have 2 strength, 2 con, 2 dex. Wait, we have 2 strength, 2 con, 2 dex.
We only have 2 of them to do
Correct.
Their effect that does extra damage, though.
That's fair, but I feel
since
like
they all do additional damage anyway, I don't think that the damage is almost, that's kind of the weenie one, that it's just, there is no bonus to it outside of dealing damage. It's just a damage dealer basic combat element, other than getting area effect or line of effect. I think while I liked if we're trying to do the 3 and 3, I think your resolution was probably the best one, with the just stack it onto the same guy. But if we're stacking it onto the same guy, then we really aren't doing anything as to situational. It's just this is the beast arrow that potentially does 1d8, 4d4.
So
for 25 gold.
2d4 necrotic and a DC 13 con save, or target cannot regain hit points until the end of their next turn.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that the extra 2d4 was going to be behind a strength or con.
Sure. Yeah, no. I knew that part. Just as a matter of, there isn't a situational to it. You can use it on any enemy anytime, and it will always get the opportunity to make the second effect work, versus everything else, there's at least a thought process to it. Acid being the closest to it works every single time, with the only thing being that if you reduce their AC and they're dead, or their AC didn't really matter in the first place because it was so minimal.
The hope is that this also creates a self-encapsulated system, so if the worry is that you're going to go ahead and fire off and you're wasting your chance with it, then you would go for acid first all the time out of all of them, which I think, Silver, you had said earlier, is that Silver is the best, because it not only is really great for lowering AC, but it sets you up to hit with the other ones more often than not.
Well, no, because you only lower it for 1 turn. You'll get to do you get to do it one more time.
You action surge, or you have a party of all archers. That's the solution here.
You could. I think that's actually a drawback, though, if we make it look like it's too useful, but you're still talking per round of combat. Let's say you have a party of 4 all archers. Everybody is shooting ranged. 100 gold a round. Low-level parties are gonna wiped on cash real fast. High-level parties, sure, it'd be there, but it doesn't.
At that point, the extra 2d4 damage to a level 15 archer is almost minimal.
And that's what you have to think. You don't think about what does it cost for a low-level party. You think, what is it actually doing for like a mid-level party?
I think there's maybe an argument to be made for putting in wording that you can't stack that AC debuff.
You can't. It's already there. You can't stack. If it's a magical effect, it can't stack multiple times. And all of these would inherently be magical. Because otherwise, there is a mechanic wherein you can craft arrows and make like a small like cage on the end that can like ignite. But that is more than anything a one and done because it's crafted. Yeah, I think 2 strength, 2 dex, 2 con is awesome. And then we can address wisdom and saving. Wisdom and intelligence. Next time.
Don't forget charisma.
I don't want to put
Don't want a
Gius
charisma
into an arrow. No.
Come
The
on,
arrow's
vicious
hot.
mockery
Oh,
arrows.
no.
I love it.
Just a really hot arrow.
That just makes you feel
Causes
bad
fire
about
damage
yourself.
because it's so attractive. True.
I'm drawing a blank on the word. It's too late for me. Target cannot
Regain.
That's the word. Regain. I knew I had a and I'm like, redeem hit points? Is that something we do?
Channel points.
Just point of clarification, just so I make sure I have these written down right. Until the arrow firers end of their next turn, or until the target's end of next turn?
Duration
And
end
arrow
of
firers,
You think so?
right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it would
your
have
next
to
turn.
be. It would have to be, yeah. Because otherwise, what if the person's going right after you, and then at the end of their turn, it's gone? Yeah. End of your being the firer.
Okay.
The archer.
All right, I'll leave it as end of your next turn, not end of target's next turn.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we made it there.
Hooray!
Given that it is almost 5 hours in at this point, probably a good place to be done for tonight. This took a little bit longer than expected, but it's been fun. So,
Yeah.
no
That it
complaints.
I do
has.
hesitate to ask, but do we, because we dealt with the Celestial Warlocks, I would like to handle those invocations in the same episode.
Like
That shouldn't take that long.
doing a specific invocation for each of the 6.
Well, so what we discussed is, like, for when we made Aurora's, the one for
Mhm.
Aurora was make your Eldritch Blast whatever the god's element was.
Match the
And then-
damage.
Match the damage, and
Yep.
then there was a secondary that was like once per short rest, another little additional effect on there, and so all we would have to do is create the little additional effect for the other 5 gods.
You game, AJ?
I can stay. I'm guessing you didn't make another format with just 2.
We're just gonna go back into the celestial subs. No, I did not make a separate one for this, so.
All good. Then I can stay.
Alright, well, we got the first part pretty easily. Remind me what we decided we were doing with Aurora, because I don't have it in front of me.
Sure. For Aurora, we decided to tack on basically like the extra like guiding bolt effect. When you hit a target with your Eldritch Blast, next person who attacks them gets advantage. They put like that guiding bolt like shimmer effect on them.
Next attack against that target has advantage.
Yeah.
How did we word that as to dealing with, say, it was once per use of Eldritch Blast, though, wasn't it? Wouldn't be that if you hit with 3
What do you
streams,
mean?
you get to like if you hit with the first one, that you'd have advantage on the second one, and potentially be able to grant advantage on the third one if you hit with the second one, because that spirals really fast.
No, I think it was just like once, like
Once per
it
turn,
was less
you
like,
can. When you hit
well, it was
with
once per
Eldritch
short
Blast, you
rest.
can grant advantage on the next attack against the same target.
Yeah, well, it was once per short rest is what we had it.
Okay. Okay.
So like, and if that meant all 3, I didn't assume it meant all 3 streams. I assumed it meant like one time you hit them and then Eldritch Blast after you hit them leaves the glow on them, and so like the next person who goes would have advantage.
So, once per short rest, when you hit a target with Eldritch Blast, the next attack against the same target has advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the question: is what do we do for the other 5?
I feel like you need to find a first level spell of each element.
Yeah, to kind of have
Oh
the equivalent.
man, did you just say we're going back to the spell books again?
Yes. I mean, it's Guiding Bolt. So
yeah, it's Guiding Bolt.
But the nice thing is that we can go back to the spell list that we wrote, because maybe
Yes.
it's innately one from each of these lists.
Yeah, except we didn't pick a damage spell for every first level.
That's true. That's true. But what do we have? We have Datus, we would have to figure out because that one's Beast Bond. But we have Inflict Wounds, we have Thunder Wave, we have Burning Hands, and then Create or Destroy Water. So outside of Briora and Datus, you can go based off of their their first level spells.
Yeah. Well, Inflict Wounds just does damage. Doesn't really have an additional effect with it.
You might have to put it behind a save then.
And for Thunder Wave, there's already an Eldritch Invocation that pushes people back.
Push them more. No, just kidding.
Well, I mean, Datus, you could lean towards what we did with the Acid Arrow rather than what Datus has spell-wise.
Yeah.
Do something like -2 to AC for just the next attack towards it. But that's weaker than advantage, because advantage is typically considered, what, 5?
5,
like adding +5 to an attack. So you could do a -5. That would be like the equivalent of excuse me, as if you're melting through their defenses.
Okay, so what if we can think about it, putting Datus with not necessarily a one of that effects. What if we put Datus with like Ensnaring Strike as the first level spell that kind of goes along with that? or an entangle.
You guys would probably know better than I would as to balancing that, as to ensnaring strike being a concentration up to a minute versus, I mean, we just reduce the timing on it because it doesn't deal damage. Well, it does if you do the rest of it, the vines part with the 1d6 each turn.
Yeah.
I like the idea of maybe it's just restrained, and that's the only, all the further you go is the restrained to equivocate to the advantage part. What does our restrained condition do again?
Can't move. You have disadvantage on attacks, and people have advantage.
Which is granting advantage to all attacks against it.
Yeah.
So that's significantly more powerful than just granting advantage once.
I don't know that there's anything comparable to granting advantage once.
I almost, and I know this ends up being a little bit boring, but is it one where it's the same effect? But it's flavored differently as being, you're not lighting up the target, you're ensnaring the target for the next attack only. And so it's not restrained, it's just you're granting advantage because they're partially covered in vines.
Sure.
Is the only other thing that you would be able to do is flip-flop and give somebody else disadvantage. That's the only thing that's comparable to you getting advantage.
Yeah.
And then I think you could, if you did it with a couple of them having the same effect, I mean, you could easily go and argue the same thing for cold damage. That it's the same restrained type element and do the advantage, and then do you do the other three as they get disadvantage on their next save instead of you getting advantage on your next attack against them. It's they get disadvantage on their next save before the end of your next turn. Or you could have it as it's permanent there until combat ends. It's a one use.
Yeah. Well, because the advantage doesn't go away after the next turn.
Yeah, if you wanted to keep it just all the same on that, I think you could just do it's disadvantage on their next save, just like advantage on the next attack, and do 3 of them one way, 3 of them the other way.
That would be pretty easy. That would be a lot easier than trying to come up with unique effects for all of them. It does make it slightly more boring, but it does make it a lot easier to make.
I mean, it's a bonus effect that you get to have from going through this, and it's limited. You have to be Celestial Soul to take it, so it's just an extra little. You're turning your Eldritch Blast into your I mean, honestly, that's the bigger one because of that boost on the damage that comes from the other part of Celestial Soul. Getting to go turn Eldritch Blast from force into being yours so that you get that boost is great. And then on top of it, being able to either get advantage or impose disadvantage.
Okay, so hear me out. This would make it a lot easier to just write out if the Eldritch Invocation just says, your Eldritch Blast now does the damage of your god, and then just have it be consistent for all the Celestial Warlocks, and just have it be
just do the advantage
next attack against. Just do the. I mean, would it be too overpowered for it to be both? The next attack against the target has advantage, and the target has disadvantage on their next save, especially if this is a invocation you can't pick up till level 6 or level 8 or whatever.
So you're talking about making it, oh gosh, they are all over the place. 5th
Yeah.
or 7th or 9th or...
12th, 15th.
I don't know that it would be overpowered to have both, necessarily. I mean, you're talking Guiding Bolt being a level 1 spell that does a shit ton of damage at level 1 and grants advantage on the next attack.
Yeah.
We're tacking this on one time per rest, so one time per combat, basically.
Yeah.
That you get to tack this on as an extra ability of your Eldritch Blast versus, say, for instance, well, what's one of the Eldritch Blast ones that is got a leveling on it?
Do any of the Eldritch
Is there
Blast ones
any?
have level on them? I don't know if there are.
It might all just be on. Get them right away.
Just by base, because none of them are very strong.
Increases range, because, yeah, that spell needed more range. On
It increases range,
Spear,
increases the damage by your
Charisma. On
There's
There's
Agonizer.
push and
push
pull,
them 5 feet
right?
away, or push them 10
Repelling.
feet away, or pull them 10 feet closer.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you're going to put it as a base, like all the other ones, then I say putting 2 would probably be too much. If you're going to put it as a higher level, like you were talking about, then I don't know.
Well, because
AJ, you're too quiet over there.
all the other, the reason I'd asked about that is because there's a lot of invocations that are, like, based on, like, prerequisite your Archfey, or prerequisite your
Sure.
Fiend, or prerequisite your Great Old One, or prerequisite your Raven Queen. So it's like, let's make a prerequisite your Celestial invocation. And all of those are leveled. AJ, do you have any thoughts?
I almost wonder if there's the possibility of taking an invocation that allows you to swap out your spell list. Like a cleric, since it's celestial.
Oh, interesting. Unless you have, like, prepare your spells every day from your list.
Well, it would let you prepare your spells when you take the invocation. So you couldn't get it every single level. You could get it every other level, and then you're kind of locked in at that moment.
Oh, I think Warlocks have, like, an optional feature now. When they level up, they can switch out a spell.
They can switch out a spell, but this would allow you to take out all of them. I mean, I guess you could buff it, like you said, by doing it like.
But
every
also,
rest.
Every time you level up, you can switch out an invocation.
Yes, so you could only take the invocation.
You switch that invocation out, and then next level up, you just switch the invocation in again.
Yes, but that puts
your spell list again.
But then that's every other level. It's not every level that you can take it. Which I feel like that's preventative enough. I worry because I feel like if you take the invocation and it allows you to functionally change your spell list every single day, I guess it's not necessarily too powerful. You're consuming an invocation for it.
Yeah, you're consuming an invocation for it. I mean, and what druids? I mean, kind of wizards, but like druids,
clerics,
and the kind of wizards, because they just prepare from based on their spell book.
Yeah, but that's all I can think for, like celestial.
Yeah,
is giving them the ability to do that.
That could still be another cool invocation for celestials to say, hey, at whatever level you put it at, you can prepare your spell list every day at the start of every day. Yeah, 7th level seems fair.
I was trying to put it at one where you actually gain an invocation, because it seemed kind of pointless to put it at a level you don't gain an invocation.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I was thinking 8th at first, because it was midway between the two subclass features, 5th and 11th.
Sure.
But 7th puts it into being in there.
Yeah. And says, just once per short rest when you hit the target, your Eldritch Blast does damage of your deity instead of force damage, and once per short rest when you hit the target with your Eldritch Blast, next attack against that target has advantage, and that target's next save has disadvantage, or some more concise way of wording that. Basically, like a boon and blessing from the gods. Ooh, okay. Thought. What if it's like a little mini, like Bane and Bless, where for the next minute, attack rolls against the target have plus 1d4, and like the target's attacks rolls and saves have minus 1d4.
It's pretty close to advantage and disadvantage, though, at that point in time.
That's
and
true.
Then you're talking about putting
That's
it
fair.
on all attacks, which is beefing it even further.
That's fair.
I was wondering whether, I don't know, going back and forth at looking at the other Eldritch Blast ones don't have a whole lot to them. I think the damage switch is negligible. I think that's just that's a flavor thing. I think that's good. That's not really going to be a problem. Obviously, some have a little bit more oomph than others just because of resistances and whatnot. But in the grand scheme of things, we're talking Eldritch Blast damage. We're not talking crazy high damage because it doesn't level. You get extra beams.
Yeah.
So which just means extra attack rolls and extra chances of missing. So, with that in mind, I think we're probably good there. It's just that last part on, is it enough to just do advantage or impose disadvantage? Or is too much?
Is both too much?
Yeah. Is both too much, or is one too little?
Well, the other benefit, like the benefit that we had talked about, is that if you change it into the god's damage type, if you change it, then you get the bonus damage from the 6th level effect, which is also kind of the reason for doing it.
Yeah, which, I mean, just in general, if you choose to take this as your invocation, you're choosing to give up having the least resisted damage and changing it to something that's more resisted permanently.
For the benefit of having the plus.
But you're getting that, you get that back boon
beams.
because of the Celestial Soul. Sure.
Yes. Yeah, you're taking the trade-off of the least resistant damage in exchange for having slightly more damage of the type you're changing it to.
Yeah. Which, if you find somebody who's immune to, you're an Infernus Celestial Soul, and you're fighting, what was the Magma Titan, whatever you were throwing out there earlier, AJ, it's like, well, yeah, that's just Infernus telling you this is one of his champions. You just stay away. You guys are supposed to be allies. Walk away.
Yeah.
But, I mean, aside from that part, I think we're good. It's just the matter of, I don't know, what do you think? Is the imposing advantage on the next attack enough? It's the secondary effect of a guiding bolt, but at the same note, there ain't a whole lot on here that Eldritch Blast ever gets beefed of any significant degree, but it's also, this is a one-off versus Eldritch Blast getting to be, extra range or adding your charisma modifier. Those things are every time. So every single one of the Eldritch Blast ones, none of them are once per rest, are they?
No, they're just always.
They'll just boost it. So this, is a better boost, sure.
Sure.
But it's also, you only get it once. So is that enough to get it? I think it's easily a fair boost. It's just, does the secondary effect put it too much? And does making it a 7th level one make it so the secondary effect is okay? Does that save it a little bit? I don't know the answer. I'm looking for you guys to answer that question. You've been playing this game longer than me.
I think you should give some sort of buff, no matter what, if you're taking this invocation. But having a secondary check or save or whatever that might be for the chance of extra damage, as long as there's something promised on the front end, then that's fine.
And I think the promise on the front end is the damage type change. Being able to get to funnel it into getting that boost. One spell is being changed into the same damage type. So you get that. You get that no matter what when you take it. That applies on everyone. It's not this one time you get that damage type change. Obviously, we know that there's some good and bad that goes with that.
Yeah.
But we're only changing one cantrip in your spell slots, or in your repertoire of damage dealing. So, I think I'm okay with it. Doing both.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like that because it's it feels a little bit like a bane and bless from the gods, like that kind of effect.
I think if we do it as the same as the guiding bolt language, as being is it till the end of your next turn. So it's get the advantage on the attack, it has disadvantage on a save until the end of your next turn. So it's not sitting there as a permanent, and you're getting one of each, which is out there for people to choose to use, as to the other casters can choose to use things, or you can, because it could come around to your turn and you still get to take advantage of it on your next turn if nobody else has. Take advantage of one of the two.
Yeah.
I think as long as we have that end effect on it, that it's not just going to sit there in perpetuity for the rest of the combat, I think I can be okay with it. I think that sounds okay. And the simplification of just having one, that it's...
Yeah, just the one effect.
Yeah. And I can language it pretty easily.
Ones. Yeah. Well, thank you for humoring me on this.
Watch my gobbledygook typing here.
I think you get a pass. It's okay.
Yeah, it's late enough.
There we go. We'll leave the damage types in case you're that person at 7th level that is choosing this invocation and doesn't know what damage type your god has. Now you do. So, all right. With that,
Yes.
we better call it a night.
Yes.
Thanks to everybody who's popped in over the course of this. And if you're watching on demand, which I don't know whether this will be available on demand, I haven't decided that part yet, but if you're watching on demand, then, you know, come watch live. Come help out next time we have this come up. We'll do this again in the future and look to have some new people in. And... yeah, I guess with that, roll for MBRP. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We don't need to do that tonight. But we'll call it a night. Thanks for tuning in. Come back next week. Book 3, big premiere. Get to have a whole new look to the stream next week with, excuse me, hopefully no coughing. That'll be a good improvement for next week, but we will have new graphics, new looks. Maybe people will have new haircuts. I don't know what everybody's going to do this week. New fancy shinies on everything. New artwork for everybody. Maybe AJ's going to make it. And yeah, gonna be a fun time. So please come back, tune in. Until that time, thanks for watching. Thanks for your patronage, as we talked about Warlock patrons tonight. And yeah, same time next week, 6:30 for some fun in the far north frozen wastelands. So goodbye, good night. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.